like turtles.
Hello Danny, hello chat.
suppose. But today, kind of a loosey-goosey stream. We'll be talking about some fossil news. We'll be doing some Q&A, all that good stuff. Maybe we'll get some good raids. We'll see. And then we've got Thursday Birdsday to wrap things up around 5 p.m. my time. So it's going to be good. And before anybody asks, I have already heard about the this really bonkers paper about that Cretaceous giant cephalopod, the Mesozoic kraken. I have heard about this. It's in the title. We'll talk about it tomorrow, once I've had a chance to fully read the paper and kind of see what some of my colleagues are saying about it, because holy cow, is that off-the-wall news. Just crazy. Like we were talking about yesterday, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And, well, I feel like I need to look a little bit more into this before we start just parroting what the press release says. But yeah, Friday stream. We're having a bonus Friday stream tomorrow because I wasn't here on Monday. I was in Monterey, visiting the aquarium, tide pooling, just kind of hanging out there. It's one of my favorite places, honestly. Monterey, Pacific Grove. We'll, in a few minutes, talk about what I was doing down there, too. And show you a couple of cool things that I got while I was down there. But anywho, how are you doing, Mini Pie? My goodness. My goodness. What's going on with you? Are you having a good day? Yeah. It's good to see everybody here in the chat. I know Thursdays can be a little slow. I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Lenina and Fall Machine, Bunch, and Science Streams. How are you doing, Valent? Aid112 and Golganek. Mustache Mike and Pate B. Love that new emote there, Lenina. Really cool. Is that from a literary project that you're working on? I think you're writing a book, right? Some kind of manuscript? I see you've been posting about that on Blue Sky lately, I think. It's been cool seeing that. Looky Lucille, howdy. Little Pink Pony, what's up with you? Good to have you here. Go for Fluffernut. Hello. Alexander Morrison says, I'm present. Good day, all. Good day to you, too, Alexander Morrison. I'm glad you could be here. Happy Thursday, Birdsday. And very cool, Lenina. I'm glad you're so excited about them. That's awesome. It's so nice to have, like, a creative outlet like that, you know? It's so important, especially nowadays. Reality Ripple, how are you doing? Howdy. And it then did. What's shaking? Trek Nerd, hello. Here, let's put on a special tune for Trek Nerd there. Good to have you here, Trek Nerd. How many times have I done this so far? I'm doing it again. Starmy, howdy. Good to see you too. Hope you're having an excellent day. Welcome. And Andrew says it's probably a small octopus with big jaws. Who knows? That's what I was thinking, Andrew. Shoot. How much does the like? Can you get like weird allometry or isometry with the beaks on cephalopods like that? That's what I want to know. Because holy cow, that's an extraordinary claim. But we'll see. Yeah, Kevin661 says hello, chat. Hello to you. You're not gonna say hello to me, Kevin? You're not gonna say hello to me? Chat, Kevin says hello to everyone. Welcome, Kevin. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Lenina says, I've always wanted to write a whole story. I figured no better time than now. Ain't getting younger. And none of us are. Yeah. Yeah. Not in this economy. Mini Pie, it's good to see you. I don't know if she wants treats or if she's just come here to wreak havoc. Yeah. Always here for Birdsday when I'm not preoccupied. Appreciate you, Alexander. It's good to see you. Yeah. My vote is havoc, says Little Pig Pony. Let's see. We'll run a little experiment here. Mini Pie. Mini Pie, would you like some treats? you like some treats? Let's see. Ooh, she seems excited. Pushing the camera around. Oh. Oh. Well, well, well. Look at that. Oh, she's going for him. Nice. Look at you shooting him around. Yeah. Let loose the cats of war. There you go, Reality Ripple, yes. Or the cats of peace. I'd prefer that, honestly. Yeah. Prefer that.
Making my way downtown.
Well, well, well. League 7-3, thank you for your continued support. 4 months with the Prime there. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that, League. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Where are my manners? I haven't even introduced myself yet. If anyone's here for the very first time, let me, well, explain myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist, as hopefully you know already, is a scientist who studies fossils. A scientist who studies the history of life on Earth as preserved in the rock record. That's me. I work primarily on dinosaur fossils, although I'm starting to make inroads into some other groups too, which I'm very excited about. We might talk about that a little bit today. Yeah, marine turtles being one of them. But, yeah. I study dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences. Dinosaurs are kind of my scientific bread and butter. Dinosaurs are what I excavate in the field when I'm out there. I was out there for 11 weeks in the field last year. Digging up fossils, collecting data, trying to drive our science forward, discover new things. And we'll be doing a lot more of that this year. Very excited to be in Wyoming again at end of May, beginning of June. And actually, I need to check my text messages because Ethan Cowgill said he was going to send me a link for a new wish list for our Wyoming fieldwork. We do have a few items that we need to get, and he said he was going to send me this. We'll be holding a special fundraiser on Monday, by the way. There we go. We need to raise some money to rent a truck so that we can have a prospecting crew go out. We're gonna send out some scouts to find us some new sites. We'll be talking about this on Monday, so I hope you'll join us for that. Still need to raise about. It'd be really comfy if we had about $2,000. Hoping we can do that. Let's see if this link works. Beautiful. Yes! Alright. Superb. Let me make a quick command here. Pull up good old Nightbot. Faith Takes You Far says, wow, cool, very interesting. Yeah, if you want to see our past field work, I've been streaming live from the field every summer for the past 4 years now? I think since 2023? Is that right? Yeah, I think so. It did a tiny bit in 2022, but it didn't work for the most part. The Starlink dish wasn't working. But if you go to the YouTube page, you'll find these playlists here. And here are our Wyoming field streams from last year. Here's the ones from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site and Museum from last year. And then third up, Utah. Utah Chapter 1 from last year. And then here's Utah Chapter 2. There you go. But again, I spent 11 weeks in the field last year. 11 weeks!
Wow.
That's a record for me. I've never spent that much time out doing field work in a given year. I don't know if we're going to match that this year. But maybe we will, actually, if, well, shoot. If we can count other kinds of field work. I've been in contact with some good folks in Florida. Looks like I might have the green light to participate in some leatherback turtle field work. In late May. So, basically a month from now. Oh man, I can't wait. Yeah. Anyway, what were we doing? I was gonna make a command for our new wish list for items for this upcoming field season in Wyoming. My dashboard here. Commands. New command. Here we go. Wish list. I might have to get rid of some of these. You know what? We'll just make a new one. WY wish list. Want to help Danny's crew. Want to help Danny's crew discover and excavate new species of dinosaur in Wyoming this June? Here's a wish list. With items they'll need. Nope, that's not it. There we go. Purchases made here will directly benefit fossil science. Benefit fossil science in an immediate and material way. And well, here I can just go like this. Yeah. Great. There we go. Wow, there we go. Excellent. See if that works. Somebody click it, and, yeah. Yeah. And Haggerty paper, PDF. I think it's open access, Golganek. Yeah. You're talking about the science paper with the giant cephalopod, right? And it works, Lenina? Excellent. Good, good, good. Excellent. Anyhow. And Faith Takes You Far says, you must have interesting stories? I think they're interesting. I don't know. That's the cool thing about live streaming is I don't have to tell a story. You can just watch it live. I'll be broadcasting live from the field in Wyoming and Utah and maybe Montana and maybe Nevada and Florida and maybe more Utah this year. Very excited about that. Yeah. So stay tuned. If you want to see us dig up dinosaurs live on stream, it's kind of what it's all about. That's the whole point of these streams, really, is to show people rather than just tell people what fossil science is all about. I want you to feel like you're really there, and I want you to know that you can really be there. I think something that a lot of folks are surprised to learn is that fossil science is something that you can get involved with. You could become part of paleontology if you're interested in it. You can volunteer in a museum or on a field crew. You can help out with excavations or with fossil preparation or curation or outreach, or you can become a docent in a museum. There's so many different ways that you can participate in this kind of science. And we've had multiple members of this community do exactly that, which is really, really cool. People who got involved in paleontology, like they got involved IRL, in real life, because of the outreach that we're doing here. And that makes me tremendously proud. So yeah. Wait, and thank you, Golganag. I appreciate the impulse stuff. Yeah. And bonus stream tomorrow, and it is a proper stream, Crimson Carnithoris. Yeah, partly because we'll be talking about the this purported giant cephalopod from the Cretaceous. Pretty bonkers stuff. But there we go there. Can I embiggen this? I guess so. There we go. Yeah, bonus Friday stream. I would save this till Monday, but it'd be nice to do a makeup stream given that we missed Monday's stream because I was in Monterey. And World Tapir Day is actually April 27th, but we're scooting that back one day because we're going to have our big fieldwork fundraiser on Monday. Very excited about that. So yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. And XBR says, I can personally confirm that volunteering at a dig was an amazing experience. I'm really glad you enjoyed that, XBR. Thank you again for your help. And, yeah. If anyone's interested in that particular project, St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site and Museum could use your help in southern Utah. Get involved. Here we go. Ways to make a difference. Donate, volunteer, all kinds of good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. But yeah. And thank you, Claire. I didn't realize we had a command for that already. Excellent. Good. Yeah. Anywho, before I forget, let's do a quick Blue Sky post, and then I want to talk a little bit about, we'll just do a little show and tell. A couple of the little trinkets I picked up while in Monterey on, over the weekend, on Monday. Yeah. Screenshot. There we go. I could do better than that. That looks goofy. That's better. We'll go with that. There we are. Crop. Save as. Beautiful. There we go. We've got some casual paleontology Q&A on today's stream for our weekly Thursday Birdsday festivities. It's going to be noisy for a second. I'm going to type an M dash out, which requires me to use my number pad, which is also my soundboard, so
Wow.
There we go. There we go. And you're welcome to join us and hang out. You're welcome to join us for some natural history discussion and science camaraderie at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. Behind me are various framed prints. Related to the theropod origin of birds, as well as 2 3D printed theropods. A life-sized Allosaurus skull and the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. There we go. Good enough. Paleontologizing, no typos detected.
Hold on to your butt.
Let's post it. Yeah. And Nightfall the Red says, I love hearing you use your number pad because it's always a surprise to see what gets set off. Yeah, I was... it's funny. Yesterday, I made a few modifications to the soundboard and to some of the stuff on my Stream Deck as well. I've got this right here that I can use for... well, for doing all kinds of stuff, like... Here, I just modified this yesterday. We can use as additional waiting music. Kind of added some radio effects and stuff. Dropped all the frequencies below, what was it, 300 hertz or something? So that's fun, you know? Stuff like that. I've been doing, you know, little tweaks here and there. Just trying to improve things bit by little bit. Streaming is it's an iterative kind of endeavor. You make small improvements as you go. Hopefully each stream is a little more put together than the last, at least in the grand scheme of things, you know? The arc of Twitch streaming is long, but it bends toward more entertaining, more put together, more feature-filled streams, I guess. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And thanks, Claire. I'm glad you like this one. Yeah, classic Mark Hallett illustration here. That might make an appearance in our Thursday Birdsday intro later on. Keep your eyes peeled. But yeah. Anyhow, good stuff. Yeah. Oh, by the way, that there's a link to this. If anybody wants to interact with this post, somebody already has. There it is right there if you happen to be on Blue Sky. Helps let people know that we're live, and I kind of wonder how many of my colleagues, other paleontologists on Blue Sky, have clicked that link, come here, and just kind of lurked for a while. I'm guessing it's a few, because I met several people at SVP this past year who knew who I was. I'd never met them. And that was pretty wild. So anyway. Yeah. And Fake 2D Otuno says that's a very British tune? Spanish Flea is a British tune? I'm not sure if that's the case. Yeah. Written by Julius Wetscher in the 1960s. American musician and composer who played the marimba and the vibraphone. And his wife, Sissy Wetscher. The original version was recorded by Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. Of course, Tijuana, one of the most famous cities in the British Isles. Although it did reach peak position of number 3 on the UK singles chart in 1966. So it must have been played all across Britain, but I think the reason why it's so iconic in my mind is probably because of The Simpsons. Surprise, surprise, right? But holy cow, how many times this has shown up in that show?
What a jip!
I forgot they had a Spinal Tap episode.
Want to trash the stage? Okay.
There was a little Spanish flea, a record star, he thought he'd be. He heard of singers like Beatles.
This is it.
Oh,
This is
hang
the
on.
horizon, which marks the extinction
Dyson
of
Dinosaur.
Below this level,
You caught me watching
here,
cartoons.
there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, and these
By the way, this guy,
no dinosaur fossils.
hopefully he's
So
going to
I'm
be joining
actually
us in the field.
standing
in
on
June.
the level that marks the extinction
Dyson
of the
dinosaur and
dinosaurs.
their
Kirk Johnson.
invaders have stumbled below that level.
That guy,
Let's
Kirk
talk
Johnson.
Dinosaurs.
This other guy, Dyson Dinosaur here, Filippo Bertozzo, is Twitch's other resident dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm honored to once again get a raid from Filippo. I hope you had an excellent stream, Filippo. What did you talk about? But yeah. You were playing some Path of Titans. Nice. I hope it was fun. It's good to see you, Filippo. Filippo, by the way, you've probably already heard about this. And we'll be talking about it tomorrow. We used Path of Titans to record a possible documentary about a herd of Pachyrhinosaurs? Very cool. You know, there was also a documentary about a herd of Pachyrhinosaurs. That is universally beloved, right? Like, don't bother, Filippo. There's already a documentary about Pachyrhinosaurus that everyone adores. Universally, people say, oh, we love Walking with Dinosaurs, the movie. We love how the dinosaurs talk and the dialogue is terrible. And it's just embarrassing overall, you know? I'm sure yours is going to be a million times better, Filippo. That's funny. I was talking with David Krentz about this when I was in Anaheim a few weeks ago. Because I think he worked on this project, and he was talking about how, like, in just about every dinosaur film that he's worked on like this, it starts off as a very, like, high-minded concept. Oh, we're just gonna have really realistic, you know, dinosaurs and other creatures all from the same time and same place, so it'll be faunally accurate. The flora will be accurate. And, you know, people will just watch these animals behave as animals, and we'll weave a story into there, and it'll be kind of like a nature documentary, but, you know, with an extinct fauna. It's going to be so cool. And eventually studio execs get involved, and they're like, can't we make the animals talk? You have to throw a T-Rex in there, too. At least for this one, they did Carnotaurus instead. But he says every project he's worked on like this, they always start off with the super high concept thing, and then it just devolves into a talking animals cartoon. Yeah. Anyhow. And the dinosaur speaks as Nightfall the Red? Yeah, are you... And Beth Galaxy Fox, hello to you. Howdy, howdy. Oh boy. Here, I'll show you the trailer. Here we go.
In a time of wonder, lived the most amazing creatures ever to walk the earth. Like me. Wait, that's not me. That's me, down here. We're pachyrhinosaurs. We may not be as scary as a gorgosaur, but we're way tougher. My mom watches over us.
This all seems kind of okay so far until they actually start talking.
And those are my brothers and sisters. I know, annoying. It's not easy being the smallest in a place this big. But eventually, I grew up. And our whole world changed. Now, it was my turn to be in charge. To lead us on a journey. To find a new home.
Do you think how cool this could have been if they hadn't had the animals talk? And the whole talking thing is kind of slapdash anyway. They don't really show that, do they? Let's see. Maybe it's here. But it's not like they're moving their mouths to talk. It's just kind of dubbed over, I think.
When dinosaurs like me ruled the earth.
Tree, okay, and then maybe you just reach for it. Ow! Okay.
Dad, are we really from the same litter?
My dad was the guy that everyone looked up to. The protector of the herd. But
anyway.
I was the smallest.
Are you ready? Hit me! All right! I wasn't ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready now.
We're good.
Anyway. It's funny how just the addition of goofy voices like that takes something and it turns it into like a movie for 5-year-olds. You know? To me, it seems incredibly misguided because everybody loves dinosaurs. It's not like... I almost feel like it's out of touch studio executives going, well, you know, well, dinosaurs are a kid's thing, aren't they? What do we think here in the boardroom? You know, oh, yes, rhubarb, yes, kid's thing. Like, okay, well, you'll have to add silly voices to it. It's like, I think that was one of the reasons why this was such a commercial flop, is that you had this studio tampering with this product. It's just, don't get me started. But yeah, and made for kids should never be the goal, says Trek Nerd. Kids are smarter than that? Absolutely. Holy cow, that was kind of... Well, frankly, that's something that Jurassic Park did right. You know? Kids still loved that movie, even though it wasn't for kids. And a lot of parents were kind of fretting. They're like, my kid really wanted to see this, but it was way too scary. But they also really loved it. Like, have some faith in kids. Have some confidence in their ability to appreciate things, even if it isn't painted over with bright colors and smiley faces and everything. Kids can appreciate a lot. You know? Give him some credit. And Don Bluth had faith in kids. He did. Yeah. I mean... Yeah. Walking with... not walking. When dinosaurs roamed the land before time. I mean, these titles mixed up. Land Before Time was... Yeah. Like, there's some pretty sober themes in that, right? It's been ages since I've seen it. But yeah. Secrets of the National Institute of Museum History, says Claire. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Claire Burr says all dogs go to heaven. Is that true, though?
I can't help but notice we're leaving the hospital. When's the dog going to get his operation?
Later. First, I want to tell you about the most wonderful place in the world, Doggy Heaven. In Doggy Heaven, there's mountains of bones, and you can't turn around without sniffing another dog's butt. And all the best dogs are there. Old Yeller, and about 8 lassies. And,
Is there a doggy hell?
well, of course, it couldn't be a heaven if there weren't a hell.
And Tone Rebellion, thank you for the 100 bits there. An interesting Tone Rebellion. I didn't know
Dinosaurs
this.
weren't supposed to talk in the land before time either.
It was originally supposed to be like Fantasia, but with only dinosaurs. But the execs made them talk, of course.
I've got a book that probably mentions this. We'll take a look at this in a second, but let me get through this
And
clip.
all the best dogs are there. Old Yeller and about 8 lassies. And,
Is there a doggy hell?
well, of course, there couldn't be a heaven if there weren't a hell.
Who's in there?
Oh, Hitler's dog and that dog Nixon had. What's his name? Chester?
Checkers.
Yeah, and one of the lassies is in there, too. The mean one. The one that mauled Timmy.
Hey, wait a minute. Does this have anything to do with Santa's little helper?
Oh, honey, $750 is a lot of money. We really can't afford this operation.
You're gonna just let him die?
I know you're upset.
Darn right I'm upset.
Bart, watch your language. Oh, you did. Sorry.
We're not gonna let our dog die, and that's it. Lousy dog-killing son of a...
Anyway. If Bart had a Twitch channel, try and run a fundraiser. Or Checkers. Wasn't Checkers like a Scottish Terrier? No, she was a Cocker Spaniel, right? She or he? Yeah. That's kind of a funny story, actually. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, St. Brady's my first dog. Mine too, Alexander Morrison. Yeah, I grew up with Cocker Spaniels. My big sister was a Cocker Spaniel, Sasha. Here, I'll get a picture and I'll show you. Hang on. Yeah, here we go. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Not cat cam, dog cam. There's Sasha right there. When she was still very young. She's the one on the left. It was very hard to see at night. But yeah, that's my big sister, Sasha. My parents got her, I think, a few years before they had me. And then there's them. My mom and dad with me at Lake Tahoe. As you can see, I'm still in my larval form here. Hadn't yet developed limbs or really anything like that. But yeah, larval stage of a paleontologist. Anyhow. What was this about, Land Before Time? I bet you if that's true, that the dinosaurs weren't originally supposed to talk, I bet you that'll be mentioned here in this quite comprehensive book. The Dinosaur Filmography by Mark F. Berry. I've pulled this out a few times on stream before. There we go. Alphabetical order. L. Loch Ness. It's not just dinosaurs. Plesiosaurs and pterosaurs count for this too. But, let's see. Land Unknown. The Land That Time Forgot. The Land Before Time, 12. Too many sequels. Kevin661, thank you for the 6 months of support. Hey. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, our alert got stuck there. But, yeah. Alright. People in production. With the next project, Don Bluth brought opulent animation and dinosaurs back together for the first time since Fantasia in 1940. Holy cow, that's been a long time. The Land Before Time took nearly 3 years to make and aspired to equal the revered, luxurious animation of Disney's earlier classics. Disney's early classics. This is not a Disney production. The dinosaurs took shape only after endless visits to natural history museums, examinations of fossils, and dinosaur reconstructions. Much like this. They also talk in that, too. Zitrat, thank you for the 8 months of support. I really
Paleoscience
appreciate
shape.
it. Thank you, Zitrat. Studies of classic dinosaur art. Additionally, modern animals such as giraffes and elephants were observed and filmed, providing clues to the dinosaurs' movements. So, more about this. I'm not seeing anything about how... How they weren't supposed to talk originally. Which seems like an oversight, if that's the case. Yeah. Huh. Let's look it up online. And MacGyver says, hold on, is that book? Yes. This is book. Actual hardcover book. I know these might be rare to see nowadays, but I have a few of them here in my office. Try and keep them organized. Well, sometimes entropy is too powerful a force. Yeah. Book is book. There you go, Claireberry. Yes. Book is book. iOS has this as an alert. Book is book. Uh-oh. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And look it up in the Wikipedia entry. Let's do that. The land that time forgot. Here we go. Oh, wait. Sorry, that's not it. The land... no, here we go. Oh, wait, no. Oh, hang on. Also, wrong button. The people, the time... That's not right either. The land... time... Land, time, but... No. The land before... Thank you, Le Petit. The land before our time. Close enough. Here we go. The land before time, I. No, hang on. Here we go. An early working title for the film was The Land Before Time Began. Bluth, Spielberg, and Lucas originally wanted to give the film no dialogue, like the Rite of Spring sequence in Fantasia. But the idea was abandoned in favor of using voice actors in order to make it more appealing to children. Oh well. But yeah, I've lost track now of who stated that, but they were correct, it seems. Well done. Let's see the source, says Le Petit Prince. Yeah. Here we go. In the book, The Land Before Time, the animated films of Don Bluth. It's nice that they have the text online. Spielberg's first concept was doing a film like Bambi, only with dinosaurs. They do talk in Bambi, though, don't they? It would tell the story of a young dinosaur growing up in prehistoric times to do a similar dynamic of the Rite of Spring sequence in Disney's Fantasia, in all caps. In fact, Spielberg envisioned the entire film with no dialogue. From this rough concept, it's a beautiful concept, the film grew to include several young dinosaurs. Eventually, it was believed that the film couldn't carry a storyline without dialogue. Don recalled the origin. The Land Before Time was actually a concept before it was a story, Spielberg said. Basically, I wanted to do a soft picture that does not have a real driving plot. It's about 5 little dinosaurs and how they grew up and worked together as a group. We agreed that Tyrannosaurus Rex, that R shouldn't be capitalized, would be a great villain. As we talked, we decided this would be more of a pastoral kind of picture. It needs to be symphonic in nature, soft and gentle. And Don Bluth had never been a fan of dinosaurs? What?
What?
Has he no soul? Huh. Anyway. Well, I suppose nobody's perfect, you know? Anyway. Before we get into some fossil news and stuff like that, and Metazoa, I'm going to show off some of that stuff. A couple of little trinkets I picked up in Monterey. But, yeah. The Secret of the Lost Mystery. There you go, Stadler and Waldorf, yeah. The Mysterious Secret of the Lost Mystery. And Raven22 says, I have here a question for you. That sounds more like a statement, honestly. Oh, it continues. What is your favorite book author for made-up stories? I could try and come up with a snarky answer, because I'm feeling in kind of a snarky sort of mood, but I don't know if I have one particular fiction author who would be my all-time favorite, but here, I'll give you a few. I honestly don't read a whole lot of novels. Like, much of my library here is nonfiction. So there's not a whole lot of fiction that I read, but I did read a fiction book this weekend. I'll share that in a minute. But first, here's a book that I'm always recommending to people. Thank you, Randy I.O., for the 68 months of support there. Really appreciate that, Randy I.O. Thank you. Keeping me here online, sustaining this science outreach. Appreciate you, Randy I.O. Here is a phenomenal book that I'd recommend to folks. This is I guess you could say it's science fiction, or I guess it almost feels like historical fiction, but set in the near future, like within the next couple decades. It's called The Ministry for the Future by Kim Stanley Robinson. Kim Stanley Robinson, I think, is famous for science fiction novels like his Mars series, right? Which I haven't read. Ios tells me it's very good. I haven't read those. but I had this recommended to me and read it and loved it. I'd recommend the audiobook in particular. I have the audiobook and the hardcover physical tome. There are certain parts that are written with a kind of intentional ambiguity that can make it more difficult to follow. That's the author's intent. And the audiobook kind of bypasses that, and honestly, I appreciated that. But anyway, it's set in the near future. Climate change is just doling out these repeated disasters on planet Earth. This is about a bunch of different people. It's told from the perspective of probably about 50 different people, all trying to cope with this, trying to survive in a world of tumult as the climate warms, storms increase, heat waves strike. The inciting incident for the novel is this horrific heat wave in India that kills millions of people. And in the aftermath of that, the United Nations, they allow for the creation of a new institution, the Ministry for the Future, fighting against climate change. It sounds... I understand that it might sound kind of... I hope I'm not describing it in a way that makes it sound preachy or uninteresting or too realistic. It is very realistic. But it's a very optimistic book. I think that's one of its best qualities, is that there's a real kind of affection for the characters in the book. Their foibles and shortcomings and quirks are not trotted out to try and condemn these people. It just makes them more interesting as characters. But really, the most interesting thing is just climate change being seen through the eyes of so many different people. They're all trying to deal with this in different ways, and there's a very upbeat, hopeful, optimistic ending to it. Well, I'm not spoiling anything, but exquisite. And the science in it, the sociology in it, the research into climate science, into physics, into Earth history, it's all brilliant. So, highly recommended. Ministry for the Future. Good stuff. But yeah. So that was really good. Again, I don't read a whole lot of fiction. I have a few fiction books that I'm excited to start when I have some time. But I did happen to read this. Just this weekend, cover to cover, Cannery Row by Steinbeck. John Steinbeck, he's written some better-known books, Grapes of Wrath, Mice and Men. A lot of his stuff is kind of centered around the Great Depression here in the United States. Cannery Row is where the Monterey Bay Aquarium is located, in Monterey. And I was kind of expecting more about the cannery industry and people working in the canneries, and it's not really about that. It happens in the vicinity, but it kind of focuses on some quirky fictional characters from that spot. And there isn't like a super strong like through line to the plot, but if anything, it kind of focuses on this group of youngish men. When I was getting into it, I'm like, are they like 16? And then it turns out maybe they're like 40. But anyway, these guys they're kind of a bunch of bums, but they're the heroes of the story in a way. And the novel is kind of about them deciding that they want to throw a party for a local scientist. Doc is what everybody calls him. And he's based on a real guy, Ed Ricketts. But it's really funny because they kind of just can't get anything right. I won't give it away, but it's very amusing. And kind of like with the Ministry for the Future, but even more so, I think. The characters' flaws and shortcomings and quirks are not only does that drive the plot, but those are treated as charming qualities. Reasons to be interested in these people and to follow the story, because everybody's just so imperfect and human. But anyway, I think one of the reasons I really enjoyed this was because I was there in Monterey, where this takes place, while I was reading it. And I recognized a lot of the place names and stuff. But also, Steinbeck writes in a way that's very informed by science. So there's all these sequences, about the different wildlife. There's major plot points there. The Great Tide Pool. All of this stuff. There's, ecological themes that kind of weave their way through the narrative. It's not just backdrop. It's part of the story in a way that I find really charming. So I'd recommend it. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. But yeah, let me scroll up through the chat again. Danny reads Steinbeck in preparation for the upcoming depression. There you go, MacGyver. Better do some background reading now, before this thing really kicks off. Or before it reaches your neighborhood, at least. It's already in a lot of neighborhoods. But yeah. And no, I haven't heard of Hatred or Pierce Brown. Interesting. Nightfall and Raven. But yeah. Mayor Space's optimism is a much more effective communication strategy than finger wagging. Yeah, and it can also be... It can be very realistic, Oftentimes, pessimism just feels lazy and low effort, I think that's why it's a lot less interesting, oftentimes. Anyhow. But yeah. Western game. I haven't... Over the past few decades, I have not read a lot of fiction at all, Raven. No, again, most everything that I read is nonfiction. It's rare that I pick up a fiction book. Yeah. And yeah, you should read it, Otter Do It. You'd like Cannery Row a lot, I think. And it's not a very long read. I read it in less than 10 hours, cover to cover. There's a sequel, too, that is not as widely known. I'm interested in picking it up, just for fun. But yeah. I'm from Denmark. Oh, I know what you mean, MacGyver. Yeah. And Oddbjorg says cynicism is kind of a coping mechanism. It's less about realism than often portrayed. Agreed. Yeah. But yeah. Now get yourself a copy of Cannery Row. I think you'll really like it, Otter too. I think you will. It's kind of a book about a bunch of goofballs who just kind of can't get anything right, But it's charming. Anyhow. So that's part of what I did this weekend in Monterey. Got to see a bunch of cool critters, both out in the wild. Posted some of these to iNaturalist already. But went out tide pooling on Sunday morning, which was exquisite at the Great Tide Pool in Monterey. And saw a bunch of cool critters. Here's some highlights. I have a giant keyhole limpet right there. That's its shell right here. And this is just soft-bodied part of it. So, big ol' weird mollusk. Never seen one of these before. A bunch of mussels. These are all over the place. This is a particularly pretty little assemblage there. Lots of anemones like this. Most of them were above the water because we went at low tide. And so they're all just curled up like this, and they look like a big kind of grayed lump of snot with a bunch of little flecks of shells and stuff stuck to the outside. They're not particularly pretty when they're out in the dry air. So some chitons like this, another kind of mollusk with these armor plates on the back. That one is really hunkered down on this rock, so you can't really see the full extent of it, but chitons look like this on the underside, and then above they look like that. So it's related to slugs and snails. I guess slugs are a kind of snail, but you know what I mean. They are mollusks. And then tons of harbor seals as well. Oh, a bunch of these guys all over the beaches. Lots of mothers with their pups. Just a bunch of sea otters and sea lions. Really cool to just watch them interact. Here is these are not great photos. I didn't really try that hard. But there's a sea otter through my spotting scope. There's the head right there. There's an arm coming up to scratch. And then this is its butt. Little legs up in the air. They love to just lie on their backs like that. Yeah. Anyhow. And I even saw a leatherback turtle. Albeit one that is made of plastic waste. There's an interesting art exhibit in the aquarium. This is the only leatherback turtle they feature in at Monterey Bay Aquarium. You can't keep them in captivity because they're too big. They're not used to boundaries, so they'll just keep running into the sides of an aquarium tank until they fall apart. You cannot keep them contained. They're pelagic. They live out in the open ocean, you know? Even more so than like a white shark or something. But this is really neat. It is made of plastic waste, and it's meant to call attention to the different creatures that are put in peril because of plastic waste in the oceans. Yeah. And here's a shot of it from the other side. All these different plastic parts like that, but pretty cool. And it was funny to me that this is like significantly smaller than an adult life-size leatherback. They kind of couldn't make it big enough to be the real thing. But yeah. Really neat. So you can go see this at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. And then they've got another species of live sea turtle on display. Green sea turtles, Colonia mitis, in the open sea exhibit. So a lot smaller than a leatherback, about half the size of an adult leatherback. But this is really big for a green turtle, I think. Yeah. Favorite room? Mine too, ought to do it. Very, very cool. The open sea exhibit is extraordinary. And you can't pet them, Raven. No. They're very much, well, they're in what used to be the largest single aquarium tank in the world. And the open sea exhibit. Here is a live cam. You can actually watch this live on Twitch. Can we do a shout out for the Monterey Bay Aquarium? It's at like, I think 11 o'clock most mornings. They do a live feeding. You can watch it via the live stream. It's really cool. And it's even cooler to see in person. But this is where you've got all your big pelagic species. Yellowfin tuna. There's a mola right there. Ocean sunfish. A pelagic stingray. I think they have mackerel in here too, maybe. And they've got hammerhead sharks. At least one hammerhead shark. And of course, dolphin fish. Dorado. Mahi-mahi, as they're called. Really cool. Here's yeah, here we go. Feeding time. This is really neat. Yeah, there's this Dorado. Really fast swimming. Eating, I've been told it's restaurant grade squid, market squid. And there's the sardines moving around in this big school like that. Yeah. And it is what a kind of tuna, Case Kuchin? Dorado? Is that a kind of tuna? It's not. Yeah. And did you go to the window below? I don't think I did. That's through the deep sea exhibit, right? Otter do it? I didn't go there this time, but I have before. Yeah. Anyway, sometimes, especially on the weekends, if I'm working here in my room, in my office, I'll put that up on the TV, the live cam. And just watch that, or just have it on in the background. It's, you know, it's like a screensaver, but it's real, and it's happening live. I figure that's probably the way a lot of people treat live streams. But, yeah. It's not a tuna. These are tuna here, but Dorados are not. Yeah. Mahi-mahi. Or Dorado. Or dolphin fish. Lots of different names for the same critter. Who are they related to, I wonder? There we go. Oh, and their affiliate anniversary. Very cool, Claire. Nice. Yeah. There we go. Mahi-mahi. Coryphena hipurus. Interesting. Mono dolphin fish. Oh, they're related to cobia. Interesting. And apparently they're very close to remoras. I didn't know this. Well, well, well. Wild. Okay. Dolphin fish are related to remoras. And mackerel. Okay. Well, horse mackerel at least. Which might not be related to other mackerel. That's the thing about ray-finned fishes, is they tend to have like crazy common names, and like you can have entirely different kinds of fishes that like they're nowhere close to being closely related, and yet they have the same name. Sunfish is one example, where you get ocean sunfish, which are a kind of ocean sunfish, aka mola mola, scientific name. They're over here. Ocean sunfish. But then other kinds of sunfish are gonna be really far away. Way over here. Not related at all. And they don't look similar at all either. Bass, apparently, are a kind of sunfish. Interesting. So yeah, happens in plants too, says Diagonal. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. But let's go back and here, let's see how far dolphin fish, mahi-mahi, Dorado are from tuna. There we go, mahi-mahi, and tuna. Are they close? They're not very close, no. Good to know. Interesting, we don't have a node here that shows their divergence time. But yeah. So they're not the furthest away, but they're definitely not super close. They're both percomorph fish. What isn't? But yeah. Anyhow. And there are freshwater Dorado? Really? Kenya boy? Dorado. No, weird. Dorado just means gold. Or, golden. In Spanish, right? Dorado. Oro is gold. But dorado, I think, means golden. Thank you, Lucrem. Yeah. Yeah. But they're related to... salmon? Okay. I'm so confused by actinopterygians. Ray-finned fish are still mysterious and confusing and bewildering to me. And some of them are cartoons, apparently? What? What? Anyway. Yeah. Del oro? It is, of the gold, is what that means. Like, I guess of gold. Made of gold. Clever, yeah. Yeah. I want to see the cartoon fish in real life, says Petrodactylus. Well, let's see who this is. Asus Stronicus lacustris. No common name. Ace Strornrincus. Ace Strornrincus. Freshwater ray-finned fishes with pointy noses. Found in South America. From the Orinoco and Amazon basins. Huh. This is the one that we were talking about. So this is what it looks like, apparently. It is almost salmon-y looking in terms of that snout. Yeah. You got cuteness. They do, Petrodactylus. They do. Let's see if I can find another image. Huh. My naturalist? Nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Very cool. Somebody was asking me earlier, and I'm sorry it took me so long to get to your question. What is, I think, the coolest or best extinct animal in the history of life on our planet? Well, holy cow, it's a big question. Because if you were to really, like, estimate things out, over 99% of all the organisms that have ever lived on our planet are currently extinct. We're talking about a tremendous amount of time here. So we here are at the, well, so far the end of the it's not the end, it's continuing. But we're in the Holocene epoch of the Quaternary period of the Cenozoic era. The Holocene is so short so far that it doesn't even, like, show up on here. This is all to scale. The Holocene is just the last few thousand years, what, like 10,000? Yeah. Beginning approximately 11,700 years ago. That's nothing. Nothing. Dinosaurs, except for birds, went extinct 66 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous. Dinosaurs first evolved probably about 240 million years ago, at maybe the end of the middle Triassic. Fish first come up onto land during the Devonian period, about 370 million years ago, give or take, something like that. Maybe closer to 400 million years ago. I don't know the exact details. Like, really cool, complex life. Things chasing each other and eating each other and grabbing each other with arms and tentacles and grabbers and mouth parts and stuff. That's from the Cambrian, when those critters first show up. But then life itself shows up probably about 3.5 or 4 billion years ago. So a long, long, long time ago. So when you're asking me what is the coolest, most worthy of reverence creature that has ever existed on our planet, I have one answer. And it's an obvious one. It is, of course, a dinosaur. It is the true king of the dinosaurs. You ready to see it? Here we go. Not these guys. There's Stegosaurus. It's not Stegosaurus, popular though it may be. Good guess, Makos, and even more spectacular than Brachiosaurus. This dinosaur blows away all others. There we go. Dryosaurus! Oh, my soundboard messed it up. Dryosaurus! Wow. Truly the king of the dinosaurs. Dryosaurus. Anyway, Dryosaurus. Truly the most regal of dinosaurs. Oh, nope, that's not it. Hang on. Is it here? Dryosaurus. The most dinosaur-y of dinosaurs. Truly, the king of the terrible lizards. Behold its little legs and its beaky beak. Andrew says, you're kidding, right? How could you say that, Andrew? Look at this dinosaur. Truly the best one. Amazing. Dryosaurus. No joke, Dryosaurus was my favorite dinosaur when I was a kid for a solid, like, couple years, probably. Yeah. Look at this. I really want to 3D print a Dryosaurus skeleton and have it here in my office. Everyone agrees, Dryosaurus, best dinosaur. At 1-to-1 scale, that'd be nice, Mekosen, yeah. Anyhow, Petrodactylus says, love having them in my parks in Jurassic Park, Operation Genesis. That I may have mentioned this last time that Dryosaurus came up, but when I had that game when I was a kid, in the brief moments that I was able to play it before it kind of melted my mom's computer, the computer did not have the right specs to run this. It was not powerful enough. I had maybe a couple hours of playtime on this game, and that was it. But I read the manual cover to cover. And, here we go. They've got little profiles in all the dinosaurs. And apparently this is not text searchable? What the heck? Oh, it's still extracting text from PDF. Okay, give me a minute. But each of the different dinosaurs has got a little blurb on it. You can learn about them, which I thought was cool. But each one also has, like, a star rating. How appealing is this dinosaur to your visitors? How spectacular is it? And, with good old Dryosaurus in particular, what did they look like in, Jurassic Park Operation Genesis? They looked like this. Yeah. Fun. Savor this chat, because this is some of the this is some of the only video game content you're gonna get here on Paleontologizing. This is a rare treat for any video gamers in the chat. Where's our Dryosaurus? Oh, come on. We came here to see footage of the Dryosaurs doing their thing. Where is that? Don't tease us like this.
You're basically questioning...
There they are running around. Yeah. There we go. So, we have a star rating system for the different dinosaurs in the manual for Jurassic Park Operation Genesis, and I think this is part of the gameplay as well. Of course, for 5 stars, 5 being the most stars, you know, this is the most kind of run-of-the-mill, you know, the ones that everybody's heard about, and, you know, 5 stars, like, really common, right? So you get your boring run-of-the-mill dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus, Spinosaurus, Velociraptor, Brachiosaurus, Triceratops. And then 4 stars starts to get a little more interesting. Acrocanthosaurus, Carcharodontosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Stegosaurus. Albertosaurus and Gallimimus with 3 stars. Continuing down, Ceratosaurus and Dilophosaurus are 2 stars. Kentrosaurus, Uranosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus. But the sole 1-star dinosaur here, the most unique in a league of its own, Dryosaurus. Truly the king of all dinosaurs. Right, Filippo? Good to see you back, Dyson Dinosaur. The sole 1-star dinosaur, yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur, of course, says... Yes! Yeah, complete agreement. Dryosaurus, truly the king of the dinosaurs. Look at this ornithopod goodness. Yeah. I can't stop laughing, says Andrew. Good. What do you mean laughing? No, I'm deadly serious here. Really, every kid's favorite dinosaur. You know, little Billy, what did you think of the latest Jurassic World movie? He goes, I thought it was pretty cool, but I wish they had my favorite dinosaur, the Dryosaurus. Everybody loves Dryosaurus. Anywho. And Protaxides, I have heard of this, Lucrem. Yeah, this is not, it's well outside my realm of expertise. I work on dinosaurs mostly. Protaxides is one of these weird Paleozoic planty, fungal, sort of... It's some kind of eukaryote. Beyond that, like... Yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says, who doesn't like Dryosaurus? Only sad people. And for them... Well, I just hope they get better, you know? How could you not appreciate just the overwhelming majesty of such a creature? Anyhow. That's how they would make her so cute in the game. I don't even remember that Petrodactylus, but yeah. Anyway. I remember when I was probably like 11 years old. Something like that. And, I got to go to a special event. Well, it wasn't really. Well, maybe it kind of was. At the Lindsay Wildlife Museum, as it was then called. Today it's the Lindsay Wildlife Experience. This is like it was the first wildlife hospital and rehabilitation center in the United States. This is like just across the street from the school that I went to when I was a kid. But I got to go here when they had a special dinosaur exhibit. They're not going to have anything about that here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, they had a Giganotosaurus skeleton there for a while, which was incredible. And they had a paleontologist visiting there, 2002. So yeah. just wanting to learn everything about it. It's one of these things, I derive tremendous joy from that. You know, it's something that I enjoy almost more than anything else, really. Diving into a new subject that I might know very little about. I might have some background info, but I've never really focused on it before, and just diving in headlong. I want to devour everything that's ever been written about this critter. I want to know everything that anybody knows. I had that same exact feeling last year when I was in Puerto Rico in May. When I saw some leatherback turtle nests in person for the first time. That was bonkers. This creature that I'd always been aware of, but seeing their nests on the beaches was really something. And like, holy cow, this incredible animal that I've been hearing vaguely about for years and years. Everybody in paleontology is aware of leatherback turtles, I presume. They're just extraordinary creatures. But never had they felt close to home until that moment. And I was just determined to learn everything that I could about them and get involved with research and conservation about them, and it's a big deal for me, you know? Very, very excited to be going to Florida next month. Gonna see some leatherback turtles in person, I'm hoping. I've just made contact with some folks who do leatherback turtle like nest patrols at night with the Loggerhead Marine Life Center. I might be able to join them. Cannot wait. And we might even be able to see some hatchling leatherback turtles in a laboratory setting at the FAU lab. And I'm hoping to bring the camera along and do some streaming there, so it's going to be really cool. But anyway, that's Dryosaur pet emo. Oh, that's a great idea, Pate P. Oh, gator nest. Oh, very cool, Alexander Morrison. Nice. Look at the Wikipedia article. Have they never found an adult Dryosaurus? I do wonder about that, Golganek. Yeah. Dryosaurus is a very cool dinosaur in that there's the potential to study their ontogeny in a really cool way. Like how they're growing and changing as they mature and develop. And there's even some Dryosaurus nests that have been reported. There are some that are just lying there waiting to be excavated, but nobody seems to have the funding to be able to do that. It's something I'd love to be able to do in the next few years. Raise some money and go excavate some Dryosaurus nests. Maybe write some cool papers on that out in Colorado. But that'll be a project for another time, I think. But yeah. And you'll be there next year. Very cool, Dyson Dinosaur. Find us some Dryosaurs. Yeah, and cut them up. Look at those growth rings. See how old they were at time of death. Anyway, speaking of fascinations or obsessions, I'll show you a couple of things that I saw in Monterey over the weekend. You know, I'm not really into the touristy souvenirs and stuff like that for the most part. That's the sort of thing that I'm not particularly interested in most of the time. But something did catch my eye on Sunday. You know when you're walking around in like a really touristy area, like say Pier 39, Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. Kind of a tourist trap in a lot of ways. And often places like this will have the same stores, stuff that they know that tourists will spend money on. Here's a store that has all the goofy little magnets for your refrigerator. Here's the one that has, like, wacky-looking candles. Yeah, or, the sock market. Well, they had one of these in Monterey. Fisherman's Wharf in Monterey, similarly touristy spot. And, they had leatherback turtle socks there. I thought this was really cool. I don't really wear, you know, I've got like 50 pairs of socks that are all identical because, I don't know, I don't really do fun socks most of the time. So I took a picture of this and I thought, that's really cool. Holy cow. From the Endangered Species series. That's neat. And then I walked away. Lordy went to go get some ice cream. And I said, you know what? I should probably go back and buy that. So I did. Maybe I'll wear these when I go to a conference or something like that. The thing about fun socks is that you kind of have to wear them with long pants, and very, very rarely do I wear long pants. Like, wearing something like this with shorts would just look super goofy. But, with long pants that, you know, will cover these up most of the time, I figure that's fine. I just couldn't resist. But yeah, very cool. From the Endangered Species series. I hope that some of the proceeds from this go toward, conservation, but maybe not. I would recommend it to everybody and give you a link if it did have that. Two entities will share 10% of the Endangered Species Collection's net proceeds. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Ventana Wildlife Society and Save the Redwoods League. Okay, well, I guess I'll give you a link. I don't know. If you've got to have some of these yourself, there you go. But this is not an official endorsement, not sponsored, none of that. But I thought these were cool. There is a marine turtle conference that I have signed up for in November in Monterey that I'm very excited for. I need to see if they're going to have... Did I submit an abstract? Can I present research there? We'll see. But yeah. November will be a great time for novelty socks. I guess so, Lysana, yeah. Yeah. So I got that. And then, was perusing a couple of other really chintzy touristy gift shops. Looking for leatherback stuff, and, didn't really find anything. And then I went into one particular shop with Lordy, and she kind of disappeared for a while. She's like, I'm gonna go outside. I'm like, okay, I'll just keep walking around here. The cool thing about leatherback stuff, leatherback turtles, if you find a piece of leatherback turtle merch, you know, a plastic model or some socks or a tote bag or something like that, you know you found something really special because it's not a critter that gets plastered all over souvenirs and merchandise. It's not like hard shell sea turtles where like everything is a green or a hawksbill or like some weird amalgam of the two species. Like, oh, just generic sea turtle. If you're going to do a leatherback, you're going to do a leatherback. It's such a unique animal that you can't kind of like accidentally produce a leatherback turtle design or something. You have to really be going for it, and it's a choice that you make, you know? Anyway, we were in this one shop, and Lordy's like, I'm going to go outside. I'm like, okay, I'll keep looking. Don't see any leatherback stuff. And then I go outside, too, and I'm looking around for her, and she's not there. She's at the cash register, still inside. It was supposed to be a surprise, and I ruined it by being too inquisitive. But she got me this. She found a little leatherback turtle, and I thought this was really nifty. Just a little tiny one. Little critters. Little hatchling leatherback there. And what's funny is I had seen this on eBay for like $40 being resold. So I'm aware of this. I collect leatherback turtle stuff now. So I was aware of the existence of this, and we got a new one. So yeah, pretty nifty. This is significantly smaller than a real leatherback turtle hatchling, which is pretty much exactly this big. Here's a 3D print of a leatherback hatchling. I don't have it fully painted yet, but it's a magnet. And I made a bunch of these, 3D printed them for various leatherback researchers and conservationists whom I'll meet this year. So I thought that was nifty. But anyway, so thank you to Lordy for this. Really nifty. So good stuff. Again, I'm usually not big on souvenirs. It's a leatherback turtle. Kind of have to. I'm obligated. Anywho, yeah. Oh, and by the way, if anybody is maybe lurking or they haven't been inducted into the Leatherback Turtle fan club yet. Here, let me show you this. We talked about this the other day on stream. Gotta get some appropriate music here. Hang on. Lilith Hobo, thank you for the gift sub there. Really appreciate that. Lilith Hobo, thank you.
Hobo a subscription.
Excellent. Lilith Hobo, thank you for the gift sub there. Appreciate your generosity. Here we go. What in the world is this? What is that? Is it a sea monster?
What?
She goes, oh my goodness, I was so scared. What is this thing? Swimming through the water? I've never seen anything like it. What in the world? Let me play it with the actual audio.
I've ever seen.
I was out with my other friend and we were just about to start fishing and this giant head pops up behind us. And at first I thought it was a sea lion. The person I was with, he was like, that is not a sea lion, that is a sea turtle. We dropped everything. I just grabbed my phone as fast as I could. And I really didn't know that sea turtles could get that big. He was just cruising along the surface and just kind of gracing us with his presence. He looked very happy. I have seen some amazing animals. This is number one. I didn't know it was on my bucket list, but it clearly was.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The last one I know was seen at that lodge was in 2008. They have a boat named after it, Leatherback. This
Yeah.
makes me appreciate things so much in our waters. I just feel so special.
Fun fact, we call them ancient. They've been around this planet for 100 million years. Less fun fact, since 2003, they've been endangered. Rare sighting indeed.
Yep. This is on national Canadian news, by the way. And you get them up in Canada. The Canadian Sea Turtle Network. It sounds like a joke. The Canadian Sea Turtle Network. It's not. Yeah. Cool organization. And I'd love to be able to do some work with them at some point. But
they're an endangered species, and up until now, little was known about what leatherback turtles do during the summer.
Hang on, you're part of CBC. What do you mean about? No, a boat. Little was known about what these creatures are like.
And up until now, little was known about what leatherback turtles do
Kinda had
during
the
the summer
Canadian
months
lilt.
when they live in the waters off Nova Scotia. But video from a unique turtle cam has just been released, and as Carolyn Ray reports, the images reveal a whole new world.
A dive through the eyes of a leatherback turtle. Just off the coast of northern Cape Breton, it's time for a snack.
Well, this was the first time a leatherback had been filmed feeding, at least from...
So Mike James, I think is he lead researcher at the Canadian Sea Turtle Network?
the leatherback's perspective, and certainly the first time such video had been acquired underwater.
It's taken nearly 10 years to complete this project. Up until now, researchers could only track leatherbacks using satellites. They could only guess what they were actually doing in the water. Over the 8 summers they worked on this project, they attached the camera to 26 leatherback sea turtles.
Nice.
But attaching a camera to a turtle isn't easy. This special camera was created for the project by a team of Nova Scotian engineers. It depends on suction cups to stay on and an antenna that uses GPS technology. Then it was a matter of finding the turtles.
I mean, we're working on an endangered species, and they're very hard to find in the ocean, and even harder still often to approach and place the camera at the right angle, at the right time to get the right information.
It's very complicated work, and so for a while, it took a lot of tries before we got it. And so the first time we got the video was tremendously exciting for everybody.
It took 2 years before the first recording finally worked. Researchers in awe as they watched the turtles dive up to 40 meters, staying in the light to capture their prey.
So we really need to understand how it works, what kinds of things might be causing it trouble, what kinds of ways it uses the ocean.
Now that they know what they do, it's time to look at new ways to help. These turtles are prone to getting caught in fishing lines, so seeing how they act underwater will help with conservation efforts when they return to Canadian waters in the summer. Carolyn Ray, CBC News, Halifax.
Very cool. Very, very cool. So anyway, if you want to learn more about leatherback turtles, I have a playlist for you called Learn More About Leatherbacks. And that video we just played, I think, should be on here. There's a link. And, let's see if that one is part of the playlist or if I need to add it real quick.
It took a lot of tries before we got it.
It is on there. Good. Yeah. Nice. Anyhow, good stuff. I think it's time for Metazoo. What do you think, Chad? Our daily animal guessing challenge? Hey, Timber Squanch. Welcome, welcome. We've got less than 2 hours, but still, it's plenty of time to try and figure out our mystery animal of the day. And let's see if I can get it in fewer than 5 guesses today. Let's see. Excuse me. There's a mystery animal today. We're going to try and figure out what it is by guessing. But not just guessing. We're not firing blind here. We're using an evolutionary family tree to help narrow it down bit by bit in smaller and smaller and smaller groups until we get to the exact genus and species that we're looking for. So let's dive in.
Hold on to your butts.
Dirty Bus says it's going to be a bird. That would be appropriate for Thursday Birdsday. We're going to use this Tree of Life at onezoom.org to help us visualize this too. The way that this works, the reason that this can work, is that living things are related to one another. It's kind of amazing to think about. For millennia, human beings looked at the other animals around them, the other organisms on our planet, and didn't really have any idea where they came from, what they were all about. How did these things come to be? Now, basically within the last 100 years or so, maybe 150, we understand that. we've been able to figure out that living things are all related to one another. That's why they have, for instance, DNA that matches particularly well for very closely related critters, but for organisms that are more distantly related, they've got less of the same DNA. We also have the fossil record that shows us how these creatures have diverged over time, and we can use these different lines of evidence, fossils and morphology, how the bodies of different organisms are built, and genetics. We can use all these different lines of evidence to kind of cross-check each other and figure out how these critters are related, when they split from each other, when they shared an ancestry. But we're left with this beautiful tree of life like this, illustrating the relationships of every living thing on Earth. It's pretty extraordinary when you really think about it, when you really ponder what an incredible wealth of knowledge allowed us to build this framework and kind of make sense of everything. It really is a thing of wonder. But we got a lot of species here. Lucky for us, we only have this many species to deal with for today. Metazoa only deals with animals, so we can narrow it down to just the animal limb on the Tree of Life. So only 1.4 million species, give or take. Metazoa doesn't actually have 1.4 million species programmed into it. It's fewer than that, and it is biased towards certain groups. Mammals, for instance, are overrepresented in this game. So, in order to give us a little bit of a head start, I like to start with a mammal, because more often than not, our mystery critter is an animal. And giraffe is a good one. Nightfall the Red. Let's start with giraffe. That's a kind of artiodactyl, a cloven-hoofed ungulate. Let's start there. Giraffe. Let's see how close we get. And we are pretty close with that. Holy cow. See? This is why we start with a mammal. Yeah. So our critter is a Laurasiathere, but it's not a giraffe. The way that this works is you type your guess in here, and then if you're close, well, it narrows it down. So we guessed giraffe. Our critter is not a giraffe, but it is part of Laurasiatheria, because Metazoa will tell you the most exclusive evolutionary group that includes your guess plus the mystery animal. Here we guessed pretty close. Again, our critter is not a giraffe, but it is a Laurasiathere. Let's jump to the mammals on our Tree of Life. They're over here. Here's the mammals, creatures that feed their young with milk. Often they have fur or hair, but not always. But they usually do. Monotremes, marsupials, placental mammals up here. Our critter is a placental. It is part of Boreotheria, and it is part of Laurasiatheria. So with one guess, we've been able to narrow it down from 1.4 million species to just over 2,000. Pretty good. Pretty good. But we can narrow it down even further than that because, well, here, we know it's not going to be an artiodactyl. This is the group that includes giraffes and pigs and goats and hippos and whales. We guessed giraffe. If it had been part of Cetariodactyla or Artiodactyla, it would have said that, but it doesn't say that. It says Laurasiatheria. So we know we got to back up. It's some critter in this group, but we know it's not going to be the one that's close to giraffes. So our critter could be an insectivore here, or a Lepidophyllid more properly. Or it could be part of this group. Is this Scrotifera? This is the Perissodactyls and the bats and the carnivorans. Are all... Is that clade Scrotifera? What's it called? Clade of mammals. There we go. Yeah. The Frangulata, which is the Perissodactyls and the carnivorans and the pangolins too. Chiroptera is bats. Yeah. sometimes this tree doesn't link up, like it doesn't correspond exactly to the metazoa one, and that's okay. I would guess that it is an insectivore, but... let's try some kind of, say, carnivoran. These guys are also way overrepresented in metazoa. So let's try, we'll try a bear, maybe. Brown bear, grizzly bear. Let's try that. And we'll see if we can knock out the Scrotifera here, or the Carnivora. Maybe it'll be Eulipotyphlin, we'll see. And, okay, well, that was actually a really good guess. Our critter is a Scrotiferan, and it is a carnivore, and it is part of Caeniformia, the dog-like carnivorans. We're doing really well here. Holy cow. Yeah, so within Carnivora, you have a major split that happens at the base. 2 groups of carnivoran mammals. And when we say carnivoran mammals, this is not all meat-eating mammals. There's a particular family, a particular group, called the Carnivora. These are ones who have carnassial teeth. So this includes, basically, dogs and cats. There's the cat-like carnivorans, like mongoose, hyenas, and cats. And there's the dog-like carnivorans, Caeniformia. This is dogs and bears and weasels and pinnipeds. These guys. We know that our critter is a caeniform here. Caeniformia, but we know more than that too, because we guessed brown bear, aka grizzly bear. And it's not close to a brown bear. It's going to be on the other side of the tree. So bears are over here. They're allied with the pinnipeds and the weasels and guys like that. Our critter might be some kind of doggo. It might be part of Caenidae. That's my guess. So let's try that. What do we have by way of foxes? Let's try Arctic fox. I think it's a solid guess. Let's try that.
Hold on to your butts.
And no. Well, we know it's not a canid, at least. It could still be a weasel, like a skunk or an otter or a stoat or something. Or it could be a pinniped, like a sea lion, or a walrus. But we know it's not a bear, so we know it's not a dog, and we know it's not a bear. So we can cross off this clade with all its... only 34 species. It's funny, I thought there were more than that. And we know it's not a bear with their 8 species. So we're left with all of these guys. So pinnipeds. Metamorpha. And there might be some uncertainty here. What's going on with this split? Let's try that. Let's try seal. We'll try and go with a pinniped here. Although, is that wise? There's seal, there's sea lion, there's walrus. They don't have leopard seal. We've got 3 species within the pinnipeds, programmed into metazoa, it seems. But how many mustelids do we have? Mustelids are the weasels and their relatives. We've got 2 species of otter. We've got weasel, that makes 3. Stoat. No marten. Marten, no. have badger. We have wolverine. Holy cow. Okay, so it makes more sense to go with a mustelid rather than a pinniped. We have skunk as well. Yeah, the mustelids far outnumber the pinnipeds. Do they also, in real life, within pinnipeds, we've got 35 species. Within mustelids and their relatives. Oh shoot, we also have raccoons, ringtails, ferrets. Yeah, it's probably not going to be a pinniped. Just by the numbers, it's probably going to be some kind of mustelid. We could get a weird left field thing like a red panda, but I kind of doubt that. It could be something related to raccoons, the procyonids. Those guys do we have? Raccoon. And they don't have ringtail. Let's go with a mustelid. Give me a member of the weasel family, chat. Otters, weasels, skunks, badgers, wolverines. Oh, mink is an interesting one. Do they have that? They do. Oh, they don't have stoat. We already tried that, Boba Banks. No stoats. Yeah.
But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been seen before.
Thank you, Latina Bandita. Gracias por seguirme. Y bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Stoats. We don't have any stoats, I don't think.
Goats, voles, and marmots.
Whoop, hang on.
Come on, Lise, there's gotta be a way to lure that badger out. Well, according to whatbadgerseat.com, badgers subsist primarily on a diet of stoats, voles, and marmots.
Do you have any stoats?
Stoats. Stoats are weasels, Bart. They don't come in cans. Then what's this? That says corn, Bart. Must you embarrass me?
I don't think we have stoat in Metazua. Let's look again real quick. Stoat. Nope. Let's try mink, though. I like that idea. And I know mink has never been an answer when we've tried Metazua before, so... Ermine, they don't have that either. Let's try mink. Let's try that.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Okay, we know it's a mustelid. That's good news. But it's not a mink. So... we're within family Mustelidae, but we might be outside of Mustelinae? Let's take a look at this family and figure this out. Mustelidae, the weasel family. Includes weasels, badgers, otters, sea otters, polecats, martins, grisons, and wolverines. Let's look at a phylogeny here.
Really spectacular.
Here we go.
Spared no expense.
And thank you, Lenina, for gifting Nana Tyrannus. Is Nana there in the chat?
The Lenina gifted a
they don't have
tier
Martins.
sub to Nana Tyrannus.
Kate
have
did.
given 509 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Lenina. She's here? And Nana says, Danny, this is interesting to me. It brings it closer to home. I'm so glad to hear that, Nana. By the way, I hope you're having an excellent day. It's wonderful to see you, Nana. Everybody, this is my grandmother here in the chat. I gave her that username, so don't blame her for that. When I set up her account on Twitch. Nana, I love you. I hope you're having a good day. Say hi to Dan for me, and yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying this, you know? Yeah. And it's legit. It is. When I came up with that username, it was a joke. Everybody knows Nanotyrannus isn't a valid genus. And then word gets out. New paper published. Presentation at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. It is legit. It's a separate dinosaur from Tyrannosaurus. Long live Nanotyrannus. And long live Nanotyrannus, too. Love you, Nana. Yeah. And what a relief it's a valid taxon. Exactly, Victorious. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, let's look at the weasels here. Mustelidae. So we guessed mink. And Metazua says, nope, not a mink. Best I could do for you is Mustelidae. So we're really close. But there's got to be a subfamily within Mustelidae that includes minks. What is the mink, by the way? What's the genus and species name? Neogale vison is the American mink. Yeah, which is part of Mustelinae. Here we go. So we know our critter is not going to be part of this subfamily, Mustelinae. So it's not going to be a weasel, it's not going to be a ferret, and obviously it's not going to be a mink. So, oh, and thank you, Victorious, for that gift sub to Le Petit Prince. I appreciate it, Victorious. We're a quarter of the way to our sub goal.
Tier 1 sub to Le Petit
Nice.
Prince Onko. They have given 416 gift subs in the
Holy
channel.
cow, Victorious, do I appreciate your ongoing support. I really, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, we know our critter is not a weasel, a ferret, or a mink. Not like a true weasel. Not part of genus Mustela. It's gonna be... Instead, it could be a sea otter, or another kind of otter. Or... it could be a wolverine, or a badger. Let's go up and look at that family tree again. Here's the otters all together, and they form a group with the weasel.
So you do dig up dinosaurs?
Andrew Holding. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to
Andrew Holding
Paleontologizing.
and their 5 raiders want to know what it's like.
It's good to have you here, Andrew Holding. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome. Here, for you and anybody else who might be new, let me play a quick channel trailer for you, and then we'll get back to what we were doing here in Metazua. But, yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Mr. 420, how are you doing? I dig that Komodo emote. Nice. My name's Danny. I'm a paleontologist. We do fossil science, paleontology here on this channel. And I'm thrilled that you're here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing.
It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea?
And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science.
There we go. Welcome. We'll be out in the field digging up more dinosaurs at the beginning of June. Very excited about that. And I'm going to be in Florida next month, working with leatherback turtles. Thrilled for that, too. And I'll see if I can do some really cool streams from there. Starting to work some things out with some of the researchers and conservationists on the Atlantic coast of Florida. So anyway, cool stuff is coming up, for certain. But for right now, we're back here in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area. And be going over some fossil news in just a little bit. But right now we're playing a quick round of Metazua. This is our daily animal guessing challenge. Hang on a second. Victorious. Excellent. Thank you, Victorious. For those 5 gift subs there, really appreciate that, Victorious. 5 lucky chatters won't have to watch any ads for the next month. I'll be in Florida by the time any of them have to see an ad. Thank you, Victorious, for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I should mention, this is literally how I make my living. This is how I pay the bills. This is how I fund my research, field work, and travel by doing Science Outreach full-time here on Twitch. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to do that, and people like Victorious make that possible with their generous support, so thank you. And love that office, says Andrew Holding. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I take a lot of pride in my office and my library. Yeah, it's a joy to be able to share that with you, too. Again, thank you for the raid, Andrew Holding. I appreciate you. Yeah. Good stuff. And you were playing something called The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. How wild was that hunt? Sorry, that's a stupid joke. I appreciate the raid, Andrew Holding. Yeah, let's get back to this. Yeah. We were chatting about the paper that breaks Central Dogma at the start of our stream that moved on to Witcher. Interesting. Okay. Cool. We know our critter is a mustelid, a member of the weasel family, but it's not going to be like a weasel. We just tried mink right here, and it said nope, but it is part of Mustelidae. So our critter could be a wolverine, or a badger, or an otter. We've got 2 otter species that it could be. Could be badger, could be wolverine. But it's not going to be a weasel, because that's too close to mink. Part of Mustelinae. Instead, we've got to broaden out to the whole family, Mustelidae. So, yeah, Gulo is the badger, right? Or is it the wolverine? I forget. I think Melis is the badger, Gulo is the wolverine. They're way over here, related to each other. The otters are way over here, but the otters seem to be closer to the weasels. So let's see here. Okay, here's badger. Here's otters. This tree puts the otters further away from the weasels than the badgers are, which is interesting. I wonder if there's some disagreement in professional circles about how these critters are actually related. Oftentimes you have this kind of uncertainty in science, where we have incomplete evidence. Maybe we're still kind of in the early stages of investigating this group. Not enough people have worked on them and figured out all the nuts and bolts. If we're talking about morphology, or if we're talking about DNA, there's a lot of work still to be done. Yeah. But according to this, yeah, otters and weasels are pretty close. Further away. Yeah. And we have that here too, yeah. Otters right next to the weasels. question is, what does Metazoa think? How is this programmed? Is it going with the what's shown on Wikipedia? Or is it closer to what's shown on OneZoom? I think I'm going to go with the Wikipedia side. So we're going to set the otters to the side for now. Our critter is either going to be a wolverine or a badger. What do you think, chat? What should we go with? Kate did says badger. Don't think long, think wide, says Golganek. Wolverine, badger, otter. Badger from Wisconsin. We had badger recently, no? I don't think we did, Cacklinsworth. And I know this is from Wikipedia. This text is taken directly from Wikipedia. But I don't know if they're also getting the relationships from Wikipedia or from a different source. I don't know. Yeah. And I'm biased, so I can't contribute. Lol, says Otter Do It. You have Otter in your name, Otter Do It. You know, let's do Badger. Because why not? You ready?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. No! Although that's weird. Both badgers and... Are badgers particularly close to wolverines, or are they in different subfamilies? Here. Badgers, here. Melanae, genus Meles. And Guolinae are the wolverines. Well, well, well. It's gonna be a wolverine, isn't it? Let's see. Wolverine. Let's try it. No! What? City Streets, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Appreciate you clicking that follow button. I think I see what's going on here. I think we're overthinking it. We're being cleverer than the game is. It's going to be an otter, says Otter to it. I mean, it shouldn't be, because otters are supposed to be close to minks over here. But maybe it doesn't have any subfamilies programmed in? Like, because it should be linking the badgers and the wolverines, then minks and otters. I want to say we had river otter not too long ago. That was a result. Should we try sea otter? I mean, let's try it.
Hold on to your butts.
Here we go. It is an otter, but it's not a sea otter, which means it's got to be a river otter. Here we go. And there it is. 8 guesses is not great. Really not great. What does that bring my average up to? $5.1. Oh boy. Yeah. Not my fault, says Utter to it. Well, that's the thing, is that there should have been subclades within there. Oh well. That's okay. That's okay. This is still a really cool game, and I know sometimes it looks like I'm really frustrated with it, but what an excellent excuse to talk about how living things are related to one another, and how we figure that out, you know? Always an excellent opportunity to talk about phylogeny. Let's see if Animal Fact Files has a quick video on river otters. We can talk about those critters for a minute, and then maybe we'll get into some fossil news. Here we go. Excellent. Wait, is this... Northern otter? No, I think we want... Yeah. Or you know what? Maybe we'll talk about different otters. Otter facts. How many species do you know? How many species of otter do you know, chat? There's actually quite a few. This will be a good one, also from Animal Fact Files.
It's generally accepted that there are 13 species of otters alive today.
13 species. That's more than you might have guessed.
Wow.
13 species.
Today. It's generally accepted that there are 13 species of otters alive today. These adorable little water noodles live on every continent except Antarctica and Australia. Most otter species live in freshwater, though 2 are considered marine. Those marine species can be found about 330 feet or more offshore, while freshwater species make their homes around lakes, rivers, and streams.
It's funny that you said 330 feet offshore. You know what happened there? There's a Wikipedia article or something like that that says that they're found about 100 meters from shore. 100 meters is 330 feet, give or take. It's exactly what happened there. Like, that's an oddly specific number. It's 100 meters.
While freshwater species make their homes around 130 feet are considered marine. Those marine species can be found about 330 feet or more offshore.
And what is going on here with our subtitles? Hang on. Is it... Okay, so it's auto-generating the subtitles in Romanian and then translating back to English. That's a little frustrating. We'll turn those off, I guess. Yeah.
While freshwater species make their homes around lakes, rivers, and streams. These animals are unique in that the marine variants look a lot like the freshwater types. In other water-living mammals, the difference between the marine species and the freshwater species tends to be more obvious.
Well, I mean, the thing with otters is that they're not... It wasn't that long ago that they took to the oceans. Like, when we're looking at sea otters... we're going to be... here, right? Badgers. There we go. So there's the marine otter there, Lantra felina. And then there's, what, an Hydrolutris, different genus, is the sea otter. And Hydrolutris. So the 2 different species of sea otter are not close relatives. Sea otters became sea otters on 2 separate occasions, which is really wild. Yeah. So sea otters are more closely related to the giant otter of South America than they are to anybody else, it seems. So the 2 sea otter species? Sea otters is not really like a taxonomic group. It's not a phylogenetic group. They're not each other's closest relatives. They're not close family. We just call them both sea otters because they're otters that live in the sea. But they're not that closely related.
This is a dinosaur.
That one's not a dinosaur.
This is a dinosaur too.
But Chris Hates Geese, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, Chris, but we very well might have some geese later on in today's stream for Thursday Birdsday. At least I can't promise you that we won't. I don't know. It depends what people have posted in the Discord. But thank you for the follow, Chris Hates Geese. Yeah. And Timber Squinch says, could they breed and make a new species? No, these are way too distant. So, the marine otter and the sea otter here, they split probably about 5 million years ago, give or take, something like that. Also, they live in completely different places, as I understand it. Marine otter, they look very different from a sea otter. One of the smallest otters and the smallest marine mammal, wow. Which, the sea otter, I think, is the second largest otter. Yeah. And these ones spend much of their time outside of the water, too, as you can see here. Whereas sea otters, I have seen them on land, and they do look really kind of funny, galumphing around on land. They've got such long feet that, yeah, here. They look really goofy running around. Yeah. I think this might be in Monterey. There we go. They're not the most graceful on land. It's kind of trudging. And here, is it dragging its hind legs at this point? Yeah, dragging its hind legs. And then it's got to bring those big flipper-like hind feet around to walk on them. There we go. Yeah. Far less graceful than they are in the water. Oh, man. Oh. And could be pregnant otter, I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh. They're kind of chunky. They don't really have a lot of blubber like, say, seals and sea lions do. They don't have the kind of like body fat to insulate them. Instead, they have this incredibly dense fur. It could be something like 1 million follicles per square inch. Incredibly dense. I think it's the densest in mammalia. Their pelt. It's pretty extraordinary. Let's see if I can find a marine otter. That's funny. You search marine otter on YouTube, and everything just gives you southern sea otters and hydroleuchers, the ones we have here in California. South America. Nope. What was the genus and species for that critter? The marine otter is Lontra felina. So yeah, very different from the sea otters that we have in California. Totally different animal. Like they, different evolutionary trajectory. This one looks much more like a river otter, you know? Yeah. Huh. And marine mammal, I'm aware. Kate did, yeah. Yeah. No, they do really cool stuff, marine mammal rescue. Can we get a shout out for marine mammal rescue? And the, Golganek says the southern sea otter, the ones we have in California, they are the heaviest. And then the Brazilian river otter, Amazon river otter, they are the longest, apparently. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Anyway.
Dolphins are a prime example of this. With freshwater dolphins and other water-living mammals, the difference between the marine species and the freshwater species tends to be more obvious. Dolphins are a prime example of this, with freshwater dolphins having longer beaks than their saltwater counterparts. Otters...
Well, but river dolphins are another weird thing, where the different river dolphins are not related to each other. I guess it's a lot like otters in this respect, where the different kinds of river dolphin, the Amazon river dolphin, and the Indus river dolphin, and the Chinese river dolphin, and I think Ganges river dolphin, they all have a different origin. They're not actually related to one another. Let me show you. Let's go to the artiodactyls. Cloven-hoofed ungulates, hoofed mammals. Whales, including dolphins, are part of this group. The cloven-hoofed ungulates. The closest living relative of whales is the hippo. Hippos are right here. They're allied with the whales. Within the whales, you've got a split kind of right at the base of the family tree between the baleen whales, aka mysticetes, or great whales, and the toothed whales, the odontocetes, who are up here. This includes all the dolphins, and then critters like narwhals, beaked whales, my favorite whales, and killer whales. Orcas are all toothed whales. Oh, and the sperm whales, too. But anyway, the dolphins are over here. The South Asian river dolphin and the Ganges river dolphin, they form their own family over here. And then you get the Boto, the Amazon river dolphin over here. Not related. Xinjiang dolphin? Wait, what? Is the Chinese river dolphin related to the Amazon river dolphin? Yeah, the Baiji. They very well might be extinct, unfortunately. Yeah. Listed as critically endangered, possibly extinct by the IUCN. Oh boy. But, are they... How close are they to the Amazon river dolphin, I wonder? They're not closely related to any living species of dolphin, having diverged from the ancestors of the La Plata dolphin and Amazon river dolphin during the Miocene, around 16 million years ago. So they're not close, super close to anybody, but they're closest to... Yeah, the Franciscana and the Boto, Amazon river dolphin. That makes sense, yeah. Although this says 32 million years ago they diverged. There's probably some controversy about that. There's probably different authors who have come to different conclusions using different lines of evidence. Interesting. So, yeah. Anyway, back to otters. So my point here was that the different river dolphins... I use quotation marks around river dolphin. These are dolphins who live in rivers, but they're not actually related to each other. Like, river dolphin is not a family. There's different river dolphins from different parts of the dolphin family tree. Which is cool to think about. So there's separate times when ocean dolphins have evolved to swim upstream, survive in fresh water, make their living there. They often elongate their rostrum. So like the Amazon river dolphin here Shark's got this really long snoot like that. Tiny, tiny eyes. They're almost blind. And that's very similar to the Ganges River dolphin, or Indus River dolphin here. They might actually be, like, fully blind. Their eyes might not work at all anymore. But they evolved that independently. Both of these species of dolphin had ancestors who could see perfectly well. They lived in the ocean. They were very visual predators, maybe. And then independently, on opposite sides of the world, they've lengthened their snouts and smallened their eyes. Pretty much gone blind. It's pretty cool how that works, you know? The same kinds of requirements put on you by your surroundings. Generation after generation, you're going to change to suit those requirements if you survive. Pretty neat. Vinyl Nut Vinyl says, why? It's the same evolutionary pressures placed on them. This is what we call convergent evolution. And we see this again and again in nature. Where different critters, given the same kinds of evolutionary pressures, they will evolve in a similar direction. So here we have an ichthyosaur, which is a kind of reptile related to, like, lizards. We have a dolphin, which is a kind of whale. They're related to hippos and pigs and stuff like that. And we have a shark, which is related to other cartilaginous fish like stingrays and stuff. Each of them have independently evolved this similar kind of body shape, with a tail to propel themselves, with pectoral flippers to be able to kind of help steer and maneuver. The streamlined shape, they each have a dorsal fin like this. Even though they come from very different beginnings, they have converged on a very similar kind of body plan. Cool to think about, right? Yeah. The echolocation melon on their forehead, says Coldrake. Well, dolphins have that, but ichthyosaurs didn't, and sharks don't have that either. So that is a dolphin thing. That does seem to be like a mammalian trait. Mammals tend to have big portions of their brains devoted to hearing. So mammals tend to be pretty acoustic animals. Ichthyosaurs, on the other hand, were very visual predators, we think. The name Ophthalmosaurus makes sense when you realize that these critters had huge eyes. Ophthalmosaurus is a kind of ichthyosaur. And they have some of the largest eyes of any animal that's ever lived. So the details can be very, very different, but like the overall body plan might be very similar. Also, just the way that they propel themselves, sure, they use their tail to move forward in the water, but in a different way. So dolphins go up and down like this. It's sometimes called porpoising. Vertical undulation of the spine. That's a very mammalian thing. Most mammals do that. If you ever watch a cheetah run or a greyhound dog, they're going like this with their spine as they're running. Dolphins do that in the water. They inherited that from their mammal ancestors on land. So here's like oversimplification here, but it'll work for our purposes. Whales evolved from a creature that looked a lot like this. We have fossils of each of these evolutionary stages. The evolution of whales is one of the best documented major transitions in evolutionary history. It's really cool. But see that vertical undulation like that? Up and down? And whales still have this today. Yeah. Does that make sense? Oh. Here's a link to that video, by the way. So anyway, whales, including dolphins, do vertical like that. Sharks do not. They go side to side. That's how their bodies are built. That's what their ancestors did. That's what they still do today. Same with ichthyosaurs. Side to side, just like lizards. When lizards swim, it's side to side like that. So even though these critters have evolved a very similar kind of body shape, they've got very different beginnings, and so there's a lizard. You can see the spine flexing side to side like this as this monitor lizard is walking. As Charlie's Dragon points out, yeah. And then, going in for a little dip. See that side to side undulation? This is generally how reptiles swim. Well, how a lot of them swim. Lizards and snakes swim like this. A lot of the other marine reptiles during the Mesozoic swam like this, if they're tail propelled. Basically, if you're a reptile and you swim with your tail, like if your tail propels you, that's how you do it, side to side. Sea turtles are different because they don't swim with their tail. They use their flippers instead. Yeah. So does that make sense? We're talking about convergent evolution. Yeah. And Diagonal says, do reptile spines have more of a side-to-side flex than a vertical one as a rule? Except for dinosaurs and their closest relatives? Yes. Yeah. So birds have more of a vertical undulation kind of thing going on. To the extent that they do undulate. And non-bird dinosaurs would have done the same thing. But, yeah, so there must have been a split between dinosaurs and crocs early on. So, here's dinosaurs starting here. Crocs are over here. Yeah, it probably would have been about here that split takes place. Pterosaurs were more up and down as well, more vertical. And these guys are more lateral. Crocs today swim laterally, sculling their tail side to side. So that split must have happened about there, which is, I guess, at the base of Archosauria. The good, the bad, and the flexible. There you go, Coldrake, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And Charlie's Dragon says it might have something to do with having the legs properly underneath the body. It's something mammals and dinosaurs have in common. That's a good point, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. So, dinosaurs had an upright stance with the way that they walk. So, like, if you look at a plastic model of a dinosaur, like our Apatosaurus right here, are the legs sprawling out to the sides? They are not. They are directly underneath the body. Pillar-like, almost. Unlike a lizard or a crocodile, who tend to have sprawling limbs out to the sides like that. And it kind of goes with their gait, where they have to, move their spine laterally like this. And I mean, if you ever try this, like I've done before on stream, if you try to move, like walk around on all fours with your arms and legs out to the sides, you have to flex your spine that way. We have a clip there, don't we? Let's see if I can find this. Me doing this out in Utah last summer. How do we search clips? Is this our top clip? What? What? So, really? Critters like alligators, crocs, lizards, etc., they have sprawled limbs. So they hold their arms and legs out to the side like this. They kind of walk around like that. And I didn't even realize it.
For them, but for
my spine is flexing laterally,
somebody like us, like
side
mammals,
to side.
it's pretty awkward. Our limbs don't naturally work that way. You know, our legs are held directly underneath our body to help support our body weight in a really efficient way.
Yep.
And dinosaurs were the same way. Their limbs go straight down. With a few minor exceptions, but in general, dinosaur limbs straight down like that. Like a horse, like an elephant, like a bird, or like people. So again, upright versus sprawling.
Yeah. That's my most popular clip. That's really funny. Holy cow, Freelancer. 22,000 views on that clip. Nuts. That's awesome. Yeah. So anywho, upright stance probably has something to do with that vertical spine flexion rather than side to side if you're sprawling. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Diagonal says Tom Weller did a hilarious reconstruction of a sauropod with sprawling posture. I've got a reconstruction of that in David Norman's book from the 80s as well. Yeah. Find that, talking about sauropods. But what's funny is the rib cage is so deep that it just doesn't work. Here we go. Like this right here, just what? What? It almost looks gross. Just yeah. For a sauropod like this, they need to find big ruts.
Horizon, which marks the extinction
doesn't make any
of the
sense.
dinosaurs. Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils.
Trailbound sketches.
Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the
Trailbound
dinosaurs.
sketches and their 8 raiders have stumbled below that level.
Welcome, welcome, Trailbound Sketches. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Yeah. Good stuff. We were just talking about dinosaur posture and how dinosaurs had an upright stance like this with their limbs held directly under their bodies. And that's really the only way that they could work. You know, if you try and give them sprawling limbs like a lizard or a krak or a turtle, then you end up with something like this, which just doesn't work. Yeah, ridiculous. There were some German scientists who argued that they're reptiles, so they have to have sprawling limbs back in the early 20th century, and they were not just wrong, they were like embarrassingly wrong about that. Anywho, Catherine55, hello to you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. But Trailbound Sketches, again, I hope you had an excellent stream. It's great to have you here. Tell me about what you got up to, if you want to. Appreciate you being here. And, here, let me introduce you to this channel. You and anybody else who might be new. A quick little channel trailer.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Yeah, there you go. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's good to have you here. And Trailbound Sketches says we're having a great stream doing watercolors and talking about chickens. Well. Wow. Wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button.
Bird.
There we go. Birds are dinosaurs, as I think you know already. We'll be talking about that extensively today for Thursday Birdsday. We're starting that in about 45 minutes. Mini Pie, watch it.
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
And thank you, Trailbound Sketches, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Getting a visit from one of my landlords right now. This is Ms. Mini Pie. How are you doing, Minnie? You got crazy eyes right now. What are you doing? Calm down a little bit. I don't want to get mauled live on stream. No, don't want that. But yeah. But yeah, birds are living dinosaurs. If you were to ask a paleontologist about that maybe 30 years ago, they might be like, well, we're not really sure where birds come from. There's some of us think that, you know, birds evolved from dinosaurs, and some of us are not so convinced. We think maybe birds came from some sort of mystery crocodile-like animal that hasn't been discovered yet. And then, in the mid-1990s, we started finding feathered dinosaur fossils, left and right, in China. And now it's very clear that a great number of dinosaur species were fully feathered. They would have looked like big, weird, ground-running birds, including our Deinonychus here, or, you know, dromaeosaur dinosaurs. Velociraptor itself from the Jurassic Park and Jurassic World films. That animal had feathers all over its body. And I think a lot of folks are starting to realize that in the general public. But it's a done deal for us paleontologists. Here I am this past year at TwitchCon with my Velociraptor. Yeah, I've got a fully feathered Velociraptor under my arm there. Walking around talking to people about the link between dinosaurs and birds. And, yeah.
Sure, why not?
There you go.
I have one from last year.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
See you again.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Yeah.
May the hunt continue.
Yeah.
So, flavor rating, 1 to 10. What's inflatable T-Rex like?
In terms of accuracy, or?
I was just wondered how it suited Ophelia's taste palette.
Oh, she did look a little hungry there, but I don't know. That's Draw Curiosity, who's there being my camera woman for this stream. Can we give Ines a follow here?
No, we were talking earlier about...
She's a fellow scientist who streams here on Twitch.
Can't eat chocolate? Because we got that question, like, can she eat chocolate?
Vinyl Not Vinyl says they're scarier with feathers, in my opinion. I agree. And, like, what a missed opportunity. You know, by the late 1990s, we already knew for a fact that dinosaurs like Velociraptor had feathers. But when Jurassic World came out in 2015, they had a golden opportunity to show the world feathered dinosaurs, feathered dromaeosaurs, feathered Velociraptor. And they dropped the ball. They didn't do it. You know? We could have had this right here, which would have been a lot more compelling, I think a lot scarier, I think much more interesting than the iguana-y looking monstrosities that we got, this would have been so much better, you know? And it would have made my life a lot easier as a paleontologist because, you know, with just this portrayal in that movie and with maybe a few lines of dialogue, would have been a done deal. Everybody in the world who'd seen this movie would have realized, oh, shoot. Yeah, they did have feathers, huh? And it looks like an animal that should have feathers. It is a big, weird, scary, ground-running bird, essentially. But we didn't get that, unfortunately. Yeah. And yeah, Aerospace, don't remind me. Oh, boy. Yeah. So, anywho. Yeah. But that one is scary and dark, says Ice Allen. We'll try this one instead. This one's a lot cuter, isn't it? Whoop. Oh, that one actually is kind of cute. But, here we go. This is like a thing of nightmares right here. Just... Ugh. Yeah, kind of the vulture sort of look here. But they may have looked like this, you know? It would make sense for a carnivorous animal to maybe not have feathers on its head and neck. If it's sticking its head inside of carcasses and stuff, like a condor or another kind of vulture. Go a scary route like this. The thing is, we know that they had feathers, but we don't know exactly what the feathers looked like on Velociraptor. Because for Velociraptor, we have direct evidence of feathering on the forelimbs. We've got quill knobs on the ulna of a Velociraptor. So these little bumps that are attachment points for feathers, much like we see on modern birds, like, say, turkey vultures. We've got the same thing on Velociraptor, which is pretty darn cool. But what did those feathers look like? Were they like this? Were they dark colored? Were they light colored? Were they shaggy? Were they sleek? We don't know. We do know for some other dinosaurs that were feathered. Sinosauropteryx is my classic example here. The first dinosaur to be found with feathers on it. Yeah. What a thing of beauty. We even know the colors of the feathers. Because the fossils are that well preserved. There are melanosomes, which are like color-producing, pigment-producing organelles inside of the cells. You could see those under the microscope. You can look at their shape. Their shape determines their color. We know that this dinosaur had orange and white stripes running down its tail. So yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So yeah. Anyway, the link between dinosaurs and birds is extraordinarily well established nowadays. It was controversial in the 90s until we started finding those feathered dinosaur specimens, and then pack it up. It's a done deal. Not only did a lot of dinosaurs have feathers, but it became increasingly clear that most of the characteristics that make birds unique nowadays among different animals, turns out those are not actually bird features, they're dinosaur features. Evolutionary hand-me-downs that birds got from their dinosaur ancestors. I put together a printable diagram about this a few years back, before the U.S. holiday of Thanksgiving. It's kind of a bizarre American tradition where people, mostly families, sit around a table and eat too much food, including a bird carcass. But it's like the one day of the year that kind of the focal point of the day is dissecting a dinosaur. And so I put this diagram together so that you can look at your turkey skeleton. Look at these different anatomical features here on your turkey skeleton, and they correspond to the same features on a Velociraptor skeleton. Whether it's this curved neck like this, whether it's the shape of the ankle joint or those half-moon-shaped bones in the wrist that allow the wrist to flex in a way that we can't do as human beings. I have to, like, take my wrist and bring it down like that. That's essential for the flight stroke in birds that first evolved in Maniraptoran dinosaurs. So Velociraptor and the turkey both got those features from their common ancestor, which was a non-bird dinosaur. Even the wishbone itself is a dinosaur feature that birds inherited. They're hollow bones that allow them to have lighter bodies, more easily take off. Even their respiratory system that is super efficient, that is a dinosaur innovation that birds inherited. So in a lot of ways, birds are kind of recipients of nepotism in a lot of ways. It's like birds are born on third base and thought they hit a triple. Like, nope. So many of these different features that make birds unique among modern animals, those are just dinosaur hand-me-downs that they got. Birds had tremendous advantages handed down to them from their dinosaur forebears. So it's cool to think about, you know? Anyway, you can download this yourself if you want to. The turkey command, I'll do it again. Print it out and share it with your friends and family. If you're here in the States, or in Canada, you have a Canadian Thanksgiving, don't you, Canadians? Or whatever weird, you know, Thanksgiving is a weird thing when you think about it. Whatever kind of weird festival you might celebrate in your homeland, wherein you eat a bird carcass and dissect it as a group. You know, whether it's your Anzac Day ostrich, or your Boxing Day budgie, or whatever. Those same features will be there in the skeleton, you know? Your Dia de los Muertos penguin. Whatever excuse people use to eat a bird. I'm not a meat guy myself, so it's all weird to me. I made this in black and white, so it's easier to print, less expensive. Yeah, amaze your friends and family. Anywho, yeah. Vinyl says, I love showing this to people. I'm glad. Yeah. Your Halloween Watson. There you go, Simply. Yeah, oh boy. At least they're not endangered, Watsons. Yeah. Alexander Morrison says, last two Thanksgiving holidays, my niece and nephew thought the turkey pelvis was its skull. Can't say why, but that's their thought process. That's not an uncommon mistake. The number of times that I've been, like, working in a museum and somebody comes in to the front desk and they're like, I found a dinosaur skull. And it's like, that's a cow pelvis. Yeah. I think they often mistake, like, the acetabula for eye sockets for orbits. But it's, you know, it's a big element. It's a big thing. It's got paired elements like this. People look at this and they go, dude, bro, that's his skull. That's his skull right there, bro. Bro, what animal? What is that? Dude, what is that? It's a dinosaur. Dude, we found a dinosaur skull. Dude, like, should we could sell it for $1 million, or we could take it to the museum. People do that a lot. Yeah. We'll talk about this probably before Thanksgiving this year. Before Thanksgiving. On or around Halloween. But, late October in the United States is the time when I am repeatedly bludgeoned over the head with the notion that most people have no idea how skeletons work or what they look like. So, like, a bulldog skull does not look like that. They don't have bones, like, their ears are not bony. You know? Like, rabbit skeleton, just, what they... This is what a rabbit skeleton looks like. Not like this. No. And what the heck? What? This is an invertebrate. They don't even have bones. An octopus. It makes less than no sense. Just this is the sort of thing that makes me want to cry, you know? People have this little understanding of what animals are about, how they work. You know, skeletons are... I'm always thinking about them as a vertebrate paleontologist. Yeah. I have no bones and I must cry. Diagonal. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think, sweetie pie? Oh, she's sympathetic. Anyway, speaking of octopus skeletons, we do have fossils of a purported mega gigantic octopus just published today in the journal Science. So we'll be talking about that on tomorrow's stream. Sorry, sweetie pie, those treats aren't for you. Those are leftovers from Minnie. I should have thrown them away. I don't mean to disappoint you. But yeah, that's in the title today. I wanted to give it until at least tomorrow because I know everybody's going to be asking me about it because it's going to be all over the news. But I'll show you in just a second. Let me throw this out first. So she doesn't... Oh, yeah. I'm sorry I took those away, but you've got allergies. You're not supposed to eat treats. You're not supposed to eat them. Oh, I'm so sorry. But yeah, bonkers new story. Just, I almost thought, like, I had to check the date. It's not April 1st, is it? We'll be talking about this tomorrow, so stay tuned for that on a special bonus Friday stream. Very out of the ordinary for us here, but we missed Monday's stream because I was in Monterey. So, yeah. Anywho, crazy story. I want to go through the paper with a fine-tooth comb, see what my colleagues are saying about this. And I just know that, shoot, on Monday, we're probably going to have 100 people come into chat and ask me about this. And I'll be like, sorry, we talked about it on Friday. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. Buy a cuddle bone and 3D print the beak and print it out for... I love that idea, Lenina. Actually have a real cuttlefish skeleton. It's just the cuttle bone and the beak. I love that. Yeah. Anyhow. But yeah, Neverwinter, holy moly. We're gonna be talking about this tomorrow. Just bonkers. Again, I thought it was a prank. And there is, oh man, we'll be talking about the Triassic Kraken GSA abstract from a few years back. It's like over a decade ago at this point. Maybe 2 decades ago? Yowza. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Odd Bjork says somebody should open a museum of invertebrate skeletons and it's just an empty warehouse. Yeah, there you go. About diagonal. Yeah, no, that. Sometimes at sites with exquisite preservation, you can get cephalopods preserved with some of the soft tissue and with the chitinous parts, like these teeth on the arms or tentacles. So it's not unheard of. It does happen. And that's what's... Again, I don't want to get too much into it right now, but that's what we'll be talking about tomorrow. Yeah. Exquitish preservation? I guess so, Charlie Dragon, yeah. There are invertebrates that have hard parts, and those are generally the ones that we know the most about in the fossil record. Even slugs can be preserved if their radula is happens to be fossilized. This is the like toothy parts that they have. There you go. Is that a radula? I'm not totally sure. But anyway, they've got these hard parts that they use for scraping substrates. So snails, including slugs, will often have a radula like that. I don't know if there's any groups that don't have that. They all probably do. But yeah, there's some hard parts to fossilize. And of course, if you've got a shell, then you're sitting pretty. Like, you might make a great fossil. But for something that doesn't have anything except for soft parts and then maybe a little bit of a radula, like, unlikely that you'll be A, preserved as a fossil, and B, enjoy the attention of a paleontologist someday. Yeah. And Case Kuchin says, is it the same with sharks? Like cartilage or something different? So it's not made of hydroxyapatite in the way that bone is, as I understand it. I think a radula is generally chitin, which is the kind of material, if an invertebrate animal, arthropods like insects and crustaceans, or arachnids like spiders, if they have hard parts, they're generally made of chitin, which is a different kind of material. It, in many ways, is not as robust or resilient as cartilage. Not cartilage. Keratin, like our fingernails. Yeah. Oh, but they do have a cartilaginous base to the radula. Interesting. But yeah, chitinous teeth. So chitin is a long-chain polymer of N-acetylglucosamine. Okay. Not a chemist. An amide derivative of glucose. Anyway, so invertebrates, like this cicada here? Yeah. They have skeletons made of cartilage. The exoskeleton is chitinous. Yeah. That's kind of a crazy short article for chitin, but there you go, Charlie Drake. Thanks for posting it. You beat me to it. It's found in both animals and fungi. That's right, Diagonal. Yeah. Yeah. Which I think is one of the links between animals and fungi. On the Tree of Life, fungi are like the closest things to animals. People think of fungi as being plant-like. You know, you look at a mushroom and you go, dude, that's a plant, dude. Look, it's growing on a log. That's a plant, dude. That's wrong. Fungi are not plants. They're actually more closely related to animals than they are to plants. So we can look at our Tree of Life here. Zoom out to all life. Yeah. Here we'll do plants. And fungi. So you've got to go back over 2 billion years to get to where they last shared a common ancestor. But let's look at mushrooms, the red line, and then aminimals, and you'll see it's closer. Yeah. Animals and fungi shared a common ancestor only 1.3 billion years ago. So, much closer. Animals and fungi are more closely allied with each other than either of them is to plants. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And Opisthoconta is the larger group that contains animals, fungi, and closely related amoebas. Interesting diagonal. I've heard that term before, and I reckon, like, it sounds really familiar. I guess I just didn't know what it was. Opisthoconta. Yeah, this includes both the animal and fungus kingdom. So there we go. Previously called the fungi/metazoa group. Cool. Very cool. Here's a link. Oh, did I beat you to that one, Charlie's Dragon? Barely. Yeah. And Biconta is the other large group that has SAR, dinoflagellates, and plants. Nice. SAR is, what is an acronym for? Let's look it up. Yeah. They're different from the... Anyway. Diaphoretics. Huh. SAR is the Staminophiles, Alveolata, and Rhizaria, the SAR supergroup. They had a lot of #1 hits back in the 70s. Alternatively spelled RAS. Star, RAS, same deal. Yeah. Their sister group might be the Telenemids, with which they would make up the SAR clade. That's so funny. So there are like major branches on the Tree of Life which are still understudied. Really don't get enough love in textbooks and stuff like that. Sorry, you mean rats? Says guy. No, I mean star. Yeah. Or tars. If we're doing some boggle here. Yeah. Yeah. I think rats works. That name might be taken already, though, Gay Hibiscus. Yeah. Like, what do you do? Oh, I work on rats. Like, oh, okay. You know, rodents in a laboratory setting? No. Yeah. And, Helmase, hello to you, too. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Maybe we can find a quick video on that, actually. Domains of life. This is interesting stuff. And, I'm trying to find one that is more recent, because there have been some shakeups on this. PBS Eons always does such a good job. We'll check out this video. And it should give us a nice kind of primer on these different groups of life. And even the very title itself, Are We All Archaea? this, I think, ties in pretty well with what I learned recently during a special seminar at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Any photos from there? Let's see. After that. Here's a photo of Moon Pie, sticking her tongue out. She's very much a eukaryote, just like you and me. Let's talk about what that means in a second. I didn't take any photos of the seminar thing. No. Oh well.
1877, American biologist Carl Woese announced that he'd stumbled on a new form.
And what is going on with the subtitles here? Oh, goodness. English to Romanian. Now let's just do English, thank you.
In 1977, American biologist Carl Woese announced that he'd stumbled on a new form of life. He'd been developing a new method for reconstructing evolutionary relationships between organisms, one based on comparing specific genetic sequences rather than on comparing physical traits. One day, while analyzing sequences from methane-producing bacteria, he discovered something remarkable. While the microbes seemed like typical bacteria, their genetic sequences were wildly different. Different enough, in fact, that he realized
extraordinary group of
Radio
animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
The Archaea?
The dinosaurs.
Archaea might include the dinosaurs. Thank you, Radio Matt, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
their genetic sequences were wildly different. Different enough, in fact, that he realized they must actually be part of an early branch of life that had diverged billions of years in the past and had remained hidden all this time. Eventually, in 1990, Woese redrew the tree of life.
This is a big deal.
He proposed that prokaryotes, single-celled organisms without a nucleus.
So these are the primitive life forms that is thought kind of everything else evolved from. Prokaryotes don't have a nucleus. They have genetic material kind of strewn more or less throughout the rest of the cell. They don't have that central brain, the nucleus that holds the DNA inside of it. That was a later innovation. In fact, it might have been an endosymbiosis sort of thing, where one kind of cell engulfed another one, and then they just kind of lived happily ever after together like that. Those are all the cells in our bodies, pretty much, are eukaryotic cells like that.
Should be split into two separate domains, bacteria and the new domain, archaea, which literally means the old ones.
Yep.
Along with our domain, eukarya, this left us with the three-domain system that we've been using ever since. Everything that's alive falls into one of these three groups. If you're from planet Earth, you're either a eukaryote, a bacterium, or an archaean. The unexpected discovery of an entirely new domain of life was pretty huge and surprising, even if they do just look like bacteria. But in recent years, it's been their connection to us that's turned out to be particularly full of surprises. Ones that may mean we have to redraw the tree of life yet again.
Just bonkers. Yeah. This is so cool. And I'm also very happy to be featuring this right now because, I mean, let's face it, as a dinosaur paleontologist, this is the sort of thing that, I don't get to talk about enough. I often am a little bit self-conscious, do I talk about dinosaurs too often, you know? Am I coming across as some sort of dinosaur chauvinist? I certainly hope not. Dinosaurs, of course, what I study, what I publish on, what I dig up. But nobody wants to be, oh yeah, you only study those big, cool, popular things. All of the history of life is really fascinating, and I'm glad we could talk about this right now.
Despite being an entire domain of life, archaea have often been
Synapses.
a bit of a blind spot for both scientists and non-scientists. For a long time following their initial discovery, they were only known to thrive in very particular and often extreme environmental conditions that are hard to replicate in a lab. Think low oxygen, deep sea sediment, or boiling and acidic hydrothermal vents. Plus, microbes in general tend to be underappreciated, especially considering their diversity, abundance, and importance in the history of life. Most folks only...
That is true, like, COVID. Put on your masks, everybody. It is true that microorganisms don't get enough love. They are tremendously important, but, you know, they're small, and a lot of people are kind of put off by that. But holy cow, are they abundant and widespread and...
in their diversity, abundance, and importance in the history of life. Most folks only think about microbes when they're doing something to or for them, like causing diseases or making beer. So archaea have been a blind spot within a blind spot. But by examining the ones we can culture and probing the molecules of the ones we can't, we've managed to figure out some pretty interesting things about them. Like bacteria, they're single-celled and don't have a nucleus or other organelles. And they reproduce asexually through a process called binary fission, in which a cell divides into two daughter cells.
This sort of thing, that binary fission, actually plays havoc with trying to classify bacteria, because the species concept, like biological species concept, kind of falls apart here. Where you're like, well, these two individuals, they're the same species if they can interbreed and have fertile offspring. Well, with critters that just split, it's like, how do you know if two are the same species? You can't try and breed them. That's not how they work, you know? So that whole biological species concept, they have to use other methods of trying to figure out what constitutes a species in terms of prokaryotes like this.
Also like bacteria, they usually have protective cell walls and propeller-like structures for getting around. Though in both cases, these features are built very differently from those found in bacteria, as are their cell membranes, which have a unique molecular composition compared to the other domains. And we now know that archaea aren't just confined to extreme habitats. They seem to be pretty widespread in a range of terrestrial and aquatic environments.
It's kind of like wherever you look, they turn up if you're looking for them.
Once we knew what to look for, they started turning up everywhere, even living in and on our bodies, though none are known to cause diseases. Tens of thousands of species have been identified to date, and genetic analyses of these species cluster them into a complex family tree that's regularly added to, rearranged, and argued over by researchers.
So we were talking about this earlier with weasels and stuff. An evolutionary family tree. A family tree showing who's most closely related to whom. We call it phylogeny. And those shift around sometimes when we make new discoveries. We sequence the DNA of a certain species. And, you know, so sometimes these relationships shift. This diagram here shows archaea and eukarya. Eukaryotes are all of the critters with nuclei. This is all of the animals and plants and fungi are here in eukarya. Yeah, animals, fungi, plants, all right here. And there's lots of other groups too. These are thought to be allied with the archaea, but spoiler, eukarya might just be a branch of archaea. We might be nested within the archaea here.
But they're all definitely part of the ancient domain archaea, billions of years removed from both bacteria and eukaryotes, but perhaps not equally removed from both. See, despite looking like bacteria, they're actually more closely related to us eukaryotes. Yeah, organisms with large complex cells that have nuclei, like animals, plants, fungi, and protists. And a few shared traits from this ancient common ancestry are still visible.
Jump! Jump! It's Marvin! Your cousin, Marvin Berry! You know that new sound you're looking for? Well, listen to this!
Muse Magic, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. How did your stream go? What's shaking? We're going to be talking about birds in just a few minutes here for Thursday Birdsday. We'll be talking about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs. The remarkable diversity of dinosaurs today within aves, within the birds. But, yeah. I hope you had a really good stream. Here, we're watching a quick video on different domains of life, including the Archaea and Eukarya. Well, he came up, but first, here's a quick little channel trailer to introduce you to this channel and kind of highlight what we're all about here on Paleontologizing. There we go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Muse Magic says, stream was great. We did some painting while yapping about topics ranging from anime to astronomy. Very cool. Wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're ready for some science talk here. Sounds like you were already doing some. That's awesome. Welcome, welcome.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too.
Zula says, Danny, are you a big anime fan? No? I don't think so.
Testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Yeah. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you so much for joining us, Muse Magic. I really appreciate it. Let me know if you've got any questions or anything. And that was Jim Kirkland. Yeah, Jim frequently shows up here in the chat. Raptor VT. Papa Jim, as we call him. I do a lot of field work with Jim Kirkland. And have some papers I need to work on with Jim Kirkland. But, yeah, Jim's one of our favorite people. Anyway, back to these domains of life here. Let's continue with this. When we're done with this video, we'll get into Thursday Birdsday.
Cluster them into a complex family tree that's regularly added to, rearranged.
So to set the stage here, animals and fungi, or each other's closest living relatives, and plants, or a little bit more distant, are here within Eukarya. These are critters who have nuclei in their cells. And there's two other big domains of life, the bacteria, self-explanatory, and the archaea, which seems superficially similar to bacteria, but they're weird in a lot of ways and very interesting. They don't get nearly enough attention. They're the subject of this video.
Arranged and argued over by researchers. But they're all definitely part of the ancient domain Archaea, billions of years removed from both bacteria and eukaryotes, but perhaps not equally removed from both. See, despite looking like bacteria, they're actually more closely related to us eukaryotes. Yeah, organisms with large complex cells that have nuclei, like animals, plants, fungi, and protists. Yep. And a few shared traits from this ancient common ancestry are still visible. For example, some of the enzymes they use to process, read, and replicate their genetic code are very similar to ones found in eukaryotes, and very different from those in bacteria. So in Wose's three-domain system, the currently accepted tree of life, they're considered a sister group of ours. Archaea and eukaryotes shared a common ancestor with each other more recently than they do with bacteria, so they're each other's closest relatives at the domain level. Which means that archaea are more closely related to people, dinosaurs, mushrooms, and bananas than they are to any bacteria. But as our understanding of archaea has grown, an even more radical idea has emerged.
What if eukaryotes don't just share an ancient common ancestor with archaea?
What if we actually evolved within archaea and should really just be considered
Ooh, and a hawksbill sea turtle. Whoa.
a part of their domain. Now, a big moment in the origin of eukaryotes was endosymbiosis.
Yep.
A mysterious ancestral cell engulfed a bacterium
and then what happened after that? When a bacterial cell engulfed another kind of cell?
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Yeah, endosymbiosis.
and formed a symbiotic relationship with it. This became the energy-producing mitochondria that helped fuel the rise of complex eukaryotes, a feature we all still have today.
Charlie's Dragon says, yeah, except one of them was also the room. True, yeah. I feel like there's a Yo Mama joke in there somewhere. Like, when Yo Mama sits around the house, she sits around the house. Yeah. Fully engulfed that other microorganism.
Could that ancestral engulfing cell have been an Archean? Did eukaryotes emerge from a fusion of an Archean and a bacterium?
Are we actually just a branch of the Archaea family tree?
If we could determine which branch we trace our ancestry to, that might help answer all of those questions.
But for that, we would need to find a specific group of living Archaea that eukaryotes were particularly related to.
And in 2015, a group of researchers announced they'd found exactly that.
Well,
They'd
well,
been
well.
sampling marine sediment near a field of underwater hydrothermal vents called Loki's Castle, about halfway between Greenland and Norway. And they were able to isolate and sequence enough DNA from the sample to reconstruct a 92% complete genome of an Archean from a new group they called Loki Archaeota.
Yeah, so I learned about this recently at that seminar in Berkeley from one of the researchers who's like pioneering some of this work. Really cool stuff.
Loki Archaeota were a part of a distinct group within the domain Archaea, and many other members have since been discovered around the world, including Odin Archaeota, Thor Archaeota, and Heimdall Archaeota. In keeping with the Norse mythology theme, this group has been named the Asgard Archaea.
Yeah, cool. There you go. Pretty neat. Asgard Archaea. Is this... Do we have a Wikipedia article about that? Asgard Archaea. There you go. If you're fascinated by this and you'd like to learn more, this is an excellent place to start right here. Very cool.
When researchers compare the genomes of those Asgard Archaea to other Archaea, as well as to eukaryotes, their results generally suggest that they're our closest living archaeal relatives. Some analyses even conclude that eukaryotes arose specifically within the Asgard group. And
so we might be part of that group.
Include the instructions for a bunch of proteins that were previously considered exclusive to eukaryotes. The discovery of these eukaryote-like Asgardians was another major clue in the origins of eukaryotes. Their existence supports the archaeal origin hypothesis for eukaryotes by bridging the gap between the two groups. And some researchers suggest that we might even trace our ancestry to their particular branch of the Archaea family tree. Now, the debate is far from settled, and we're finding more and more clues as our understanding of Archaea continues to grow. But if it does turn out that we descend from an ancient Asgard or Asgard-related Archaea that engulfed a bacterium, gained the mitochondria, and gave rise to all eukaryotes, that would mean that Carl Woese was both right and also kind of wrong. Yes, he was correct in separating Archaea from bacteria.
This is such a common thing in science where, like, you have an idea that seems to hold up and you're like, you really feel like you're on the right track. And then everybody's like, oh, cool. This is awesome. Shoot, this makes so much more sense. We're going to run with this idea. And then later on, it turns out that you're both right and wrong. Like, you're on the right track, but maybe you didn't go far enough, or maybe there were details that you couldn't have known. This is such a common story in science, you know? We're all building on the discoveries of the people who came before us, and we find new things, and we confirm certain parts of what our predecessors found, but then it turns out a lot of the details might be wrong, or they overlooked this one thing, or they were lacking this piece of evidence. This happens so often in science.
Eukaryotes. That would mean that Carl Woese was both right and also kind of wrong. Yes, he was correct in separating archaea from bacteria, but maybe his three-domain system was wrong to separate them from eukaryotes. Perhaps the tree of life only has 2 domains after all.
Very cool. So eukaryotes might be part of archaea. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Excellent video from PBS Eons, as usual. And I'm compelled to run a little experiment here. I was talking about how, as a dinosaur paleontologist, you know, sometimes I'm a little bit self-conscious because it's like, oh, well, of course you work on the popular group that gets all the attention. Everybody loves dinosaurs. Even though there's entire other domains of life that don't get nearly as much attention, like archaea or things like that. I am curious to see how many views this video has that we were just watching about archaea, and compare that to one of the videos from the same channel about dinosaurs. So let's see. First off, let's see when this was published. 3 years ago. 843,000 views. It's pretty darn good. Holy cow, from 3 years ago. 843. How many thousands of views do these other videos have from PBS Eons? Let's go find another video from, say, 3 years ago about dinosaurs and see if it has more views or fewer. Well, shoot, we can see this at a glance. Whale evolution, 2.3 million views. Giant millipedes, actually fewer views, 830. Bringing back the woolly mammoth. This has only 411,000 views. That's surprising. Yeah. 3 years ago. Weird. This one on dinosaurs has fewer views. That's really interesting. Huh. These view counts are kind of all over the map. That's really interesting. Not what I would have expected. I would have expected to see a clearer signal. Yeah, where the dinosaur videos have so many more views. But yeah, how dinosaurs coupled up. This is about dinosaur reproduction, dinosaur mating. Fewer views than the archaea video. Wild. I wonder what the deal is there. Interesting. Casey says algorithms are finicky, even for PBS Eons. I guess so. Hard to know what tickles the fancies of the algorithm, Lawrence. They are fickle and capricious. Everyone hates the algorithm. Oh, that thing, I hate it. I guess I could see why. Like, it rarely seems to make sense. Le Petit says, nobody likes dinosaurs anymore. I don't think that's the case. But yeah. Interesting. Yeah. And Diagonal says, at the UCMP website, one of the best websites on the internet. At least top 5. We often found that we got higher hits on pages that were more unique to our site. Now, there's so many dinosaur videos that each one has a smaller share of the total. That does make a ton of sense, Diagonal. That's a really good point. We're like, how many people are producing videos on paleobotany? This has got 1 million views. The dinosaurs one, only 328,000. That makes a lot of sense. It's just a more crowded field. This is like the advice that I give to anybody who wants to get started doing science outreach or streaming on Twitch. The number one piece of advice that I can give somebody looking to do that is just start, you know? See if you enjoy it. Start small, see if it goes anywhere. But the second best piece of advice that I can give is try to find something that nobody else is doing. Something that is unique to you, or you are particularly well positioned to do that. The experiences you've had in your life, the bits of information you've picked up, the things that you're particularly well versed in. Start with what you know. Do what you're good at. Try and find something that's special about you and run with it. And I guess it's the same here, you know? Or who else is making videos about... Yeah, about toxodonts? Nobody, except PBS Eons. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. Pick a super niche subject. Easy, says Le Petit Prince. I mean, niche enough that nobody else is really doing it. You don't have a whole lot of competition. As long as it's something you're good at, you know? That's the important part. Yeah. Anywho, with that having been said, it's time for Thursday Birdsday. So without further ado, let's start that up. This is our weekly celebration of the fact that dinosaurs never really went extinct. Not completely. Sure, there was that horrific asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous, wiped out like 70, maybe 80% of life on Earth, including all of the dinosaurs, except for one particular group. We call them birds. And on Thursday Birdsday, we celebrate their modern-day diversity. Let's dive into it. Thursday Birdsday takes off right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birdsday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birdsday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birdsday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture. Any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birdsday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birdsday!
Happy Thursday Birdsday, everybody. Let me find out where we're starting here. Nice. Excellent. Paparazzi with the dinosaurs. There you go, end it. Yeah. Yeah. Nature's great show-off, says Raptor. In many ways, yes. And Raptor says, what book was that from? This is a famous Mark Hallett painting. There we go. Yeah. He's by paleo artist Mark Hallett. And you might remember it from Zoo Books. You remember these? Zoo Books, lions. There's a dinosaur one, and some of these they've like hard bound them. But exquisite illustrations in here. Oh, this captured my imagination as a kid. There's different dinosaur groups like this. Some very outdated stuff in here, but you know, it was the 80s or 90s. But there we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh, Eyewitness, yeah. Dorling Kindersley's Eyewitness. Big part of my childhood too, Raptor VT. I only had the Dinosaurs book and the Reptiles VHS tape. Both big influences on me, for sure. Yeah. Good stuff. Zooberks were amazing. It makes me wonder, actually. I'd love to get another copy of the Dinosaurs one. And the Sharks one, too, would be cool to get. Get it in paperback format for acceptable quality for $7 on Brit Books. Sharks one, hardcover. Ooh. Get me that, please. Add that to cart. The Elephants one I remember being really neat as well. And it might also have Mark Hallett illustrations. I remember Mark Hallett elephants. Yeah. Oh man, just phenomenal illustrations here. One of my favorite paleo artists, Mark Hallett, just legendary. What an iconic image here of the Proboscidea. I think these are all extinct elephants. It looks like a mastodon, woolly mammoth, Columbian mammoth, Dinotherium, Platybeldodon, Maratherium. This is like, honestly, a big influence on me, and this kind of tableau with like, here's these animals just kind of chaotically running at the cameras, dust everywhere. Does this concept seem familiar to anybody? Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. Yeah. I'm not 100th the artist that Mark Hallett is, but stuff. Anyway, let's get into some birds. First off today, from Ariana Celestine, we have a wood duck in our duck boxes. What? A wood duck in a wooden box. What are the odds? A lady wood duck. Very nice. Very cool. That's awesome that you have an interior shot of a wood duck surrounded by wood. Let's go to birds on our tree of life here and look up wood duck. Birds. The AVs are a particular kind of dinosaur. A boxed duck. There you go, Charles Dragon, yeah. Here's the birds.
Bird.
Yeah. Let's look up wood duck. Ix sponsa. Nice. A male and female. Oh, this is a big white spot around the eye. That looks kind of different from what we see here. Right? Maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. I don't know. But there's a bit of a crest behind the head. Are we sure that... it's a little bit of a cresty thing going on. The angle makes it difficult to tell. But... I'll take your word for it there, Ariana Celestine. Excellent photo. Thank you for posting. Yeah. But these are ducks who actually nest in trees. So a nest box is perfect for them. So they're cavity nesters, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they will nest inside of trees like that. There's the babies in there. So this is super cool. That's super, super cool, Ariana Celestine. I'm a little jealous that you've got wood ducks in your duck box. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. And how much wood would a wood duck duck? This much, at least. sister species to the boat-tailed grackle. Greater Antillean grackle. I think these are what I saw in Puerto Rico. Nicaraguan and Carib grackles. Common grackle over there. Related to the American blackbirds, including the brewer's blackbird. Nice. Very cool. Again, birds that go underappreciated. I'm so glad that you're giving them their due on so many Thursday Birdsdays, Lenina. Well done. And Alexander Morrison says, that photo for the boat-tailed grackle is wrong, I believe. Wait, which one? This one? This is Britain's first boat-tailed grackle. I'm sorry. What? 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 What's this? Britain's first boat-tailed grackle draws crowds to Hampshire. Sell my information. What's going on? Here's a link if you want to read more about it. Oh, on the Tree of Life. The boat-tailed grackle was the wrong picture. That's a female. Apparently. Wait. There might be an error where it is straight up showing the wrong picture. I don't know. That is weird, isn't it? That doesn't look that much like a grackle. Huh. This one is. But is this one actually a grackle? I don't know. Huh. Yeah. And, Bongo Bongo Mongo asks, is there a collective noun for a group of them, like a spackle of grackles? We call it a flock. Or a group. I don't want to be a spoil sport here, but I'm afraid I might have to be. Here's the thing, chat. I've stood on the soapbox many times. Those terms of venery, as they're known formally, these like, oh, a group of wombats is called a wisdom. 99% of those are made up and fake, and no one actually uses them. The only place that those terms actually exist or are used is in lists of those terms. You know, like the bathroom book of useless knowledge or whatever. It's like you'll have collections of trivia like that, where they're not actually facts because the only place that they exist is in trivia books, essentially. There's an article about this. No, it's not actually a murder of crows. From Audubon magazine. You know, Audubon, the bird thing. You've heard them all before somewhere, in a bad poem maybe, or as a part of an online clickbaity slideshow. Did you know the group of owls is called a parliament? Did you know that a group of jellyfish is called a smack? Did you know that a group of Indonesian mountain weasels is called a bubblegum? I made that last one up, but how would you know? As familiar as they are, these little nicknames for groups of animals, terms of venery, if you want to get fancy with it, are supposedly delightful quirks of the English language. But they're not actually real because no one actually uses these things in real life. Yeah. Yeah. I need to ask those closest to the source. I needed to talk to some scientists, the people who actually work on these animals, think about them and write about them all day long, the people who care most about these creatures in the world. Have you ever referred to a group of vultures as a venue? Dr. Keith L. Bildstein, Sarkis Akopian Director of Conservation Science, Mountain Hawk Sanctuary. No, I have not. Have you ever used the term chain for a group of bobolinks? Dr. Noah Perlut, bobolink researcher, University of New England. I've now studied bobolinks intensively for 14 years, and no, I've never heard this before. Have you ever called a group of woodcocks a fall? Jake Walker, who studied woodcocks for his master's thesis at Trent University, Ontario. I sure as hell would never say it, nor have I ever heard it said. Yeah. Do you ever refer to a group of wombats as a wisdom? Dr. Lindsay Hogan, Australian marsupial biologist. Wombats do not form groups in the wild. These terms aren't real. They're only made up for trivia purposes. Like, they're fictional, you know? Iceland says most are made up. Well, I mean, all words are made up, but they're not real terms that are used in the real world. Like, I'm very much a descriptivist when it comes to language, for the most part. Like, you can take a prescriptivist approach where, like, here's what it says in the dictionary, and that's the way it is. Like, well, but language changes. It's an evolving, living thing. I think the definitions of words are how people really use them in the real world, you know? Language is a useful thing. It's not supposed to be handed down from on high. You know, it's this static, set in stone kind of deal. So what do people actually use, you know? Sure, it might say in some book somewhere that this thing is referred to as this, but it only says that in that book and nowhere else in the entire world. You could safely ignore that. That's not real, you know? So yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Bongo Bongo Mongo says, I wonder if it's the same guy or girl who made them all up. That's a good question. Yeah. So, the Middle Ages had terms of venery like this. There are a few that actually, like, are used, like pride of lions, or maybe pod of whales, flock of sheep, herd of deer, but herd is generally used for mammals, or you could just say group. Flock is generally used for birds. Yeah. Anyhow. Terms of venery are, and always have been, whimsy. Applied at one time to a group of commonly hunted animals, but then extended for fun to groups of people and to all creatures, like the wombat, who are only found in wisdoms when they're packed into a zoo. Yeah. Anyhow, but murder of crows is one of these ones that, like, you'll hear people say this, but these people are never bird people. Like, the people who actually know the most about crows and pay the most attention to crows pretty much never use this term. Because it's like... Yeah. Anyway, read the article if you're interested in this. But yeah. And Murph Burful says smacks is a real term. I've done a lot of reading about jellyfish, especially like genus Chrysora and the other like sea nettle jellyfish like this, because that's the primary food source of leatherback turtles off the Pacific coast. Like off the California coast. I've never heard that term in the actual literature. I've never heard a marine biologist actually use that term. I can certainly ask some of the marine biologists that I'll be working with, hopefully in September, about that, but smack of jellyfish, I don't think is a real thing. Like, I don't think it's actually used in the real world. I think it's only in trivia books, essentially. But yeah. And I could be wrong. We'll find out. But yeah. Yeah. We use smacks and blooms to describe jellyfish. Really? We use it? Well, I don't think I've ever actually heard a marine biologist say the word jellyfish. It's always sea jellies. Or cnidarians. Huh. And Shoe Bandit, I'm not saying average people don't. I'm saying, I don't think it's used by the people who actually work in that field. It's not used by specialists, by experts. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe. Here. Funny, sea jellies redirects to jellyfish on Wikipedia. Let's do a Control F search here for smack. And... Huh. A group of jellyfish is called a smack or a smuck? Huh. The term jellies or sea jellies is more recent, having been introduced by public aquaria in an effort to avoid the use of the word fish, with its modern connotation of an animal with a backbone. Yeah. Oh boy, so is this... Smug. The two citations that they have for this... This is just a list of terms of venery? So again, this is exactly what I'm talking about, where it's like... It seems like these terms only exist in lists of these terms. First aid in English, color edition. Not an authority on... I don't know, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Like, if we look in the... Here. Let's see if we can find an open access article about, let's see. This is in the journal. What journal is this? Oh, goodness. Hang on, that's not open access. Here we go. The journal Pacific Science from 2008. Rhizophora fuscescens, the sea nettle, my favorite species of jelly. Smack. That is the sound of no hands clapping. That is the sound of a Control F search coming up empty. What about smuck? Group doesn't come up either. Hang on, it could just be that the... No? Okay, it is working. It's not that the text is not searchable. Relatively little is known about the biology or ecology of Rhizophora fuscescens, but when present in large numbers, it probably plays an important role in its ecosystem because of its high biomass. Rhizophora fuscescens eats zooplankton and is in turn preyed upon by leatherback sea turtles.
I like turtles.
And ocean sunfish. Yeah. So I don't know. I can ask some of my acquaintances at NOAA and see if any of them ever use that term, but I have my doubts. Yeah. Smuckers jelly could be Trek nerd. Yeah. Bloom I've definitely heard before. Yeah. But a bloom I think implies reproduction. Like, it implies a growing number of them. You know, like in the same way that we use the term algal bloom, you know? They're proliferating. We're seeing a bloom occurring. As opposed to, like, there's a group of them. We call them a squiglet of Chrysora or something, you know? Yeah. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I guess the distinction that I want to make here is between where the term comes from people using it versus someone looks up what they think a group of these organisms is supposed to be called, and they look in one of these lists of terms of venery, and they're like, oh, well, it says here that a group of wombats is called a wisdom. Let me use that. It's artificial, I guess, is what I'm saying. That's the feel I get for the majority of these terms. There's a few where, like, people do say a pride of lions or a pod of whales or a flock of sheep. But for the most part, I don't know, we say group or herd, pack, maybe if they're carnivorous animals. But, like, having a different term for each species, or even each, like, family or subfamily, doesn't really seem to be a real thing most of the time. But I don't know. Yeah. You can say pack of lions too, but it's not common. I have heard that many times though. But yeah. But a lot of these animals are also not particularly gregarious. Like, they don't actually exist in groups. Yeah. Anyway, so I still have my doubts about that Murph Burful, but I'll check in with some of my colleagues and yeah. So again, like, a Google search really, I feel, kind of backs me up here. So, like, each one of these, the whole point is to say, oh, a group of jellyfish is called a smack. I'm not seeing this, like, organically pop up in the literature or anything. It's like the term only exists so that people can say, oh, did you know that a group of jellyfish is called a smack? Like, I hope I'm not belaboring the point too much, and I hope people are understanding what I mean here, right? And is school of fish real? It's a good question, Gav. I don't know if I've heard that often either, and I've heard of schooling behavior. It probably is more or less real. That probably is something that's actually used by people in the real world outside of just these lists of terms. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, let's move on. Shoot, we're 43 minutes into Thursday Birdsday, and I've gone through, what, 2 birds so far? I need to pick up the pace here. Thank you, Lenina, for posting this. Cacklin's Wharf has got multiple birds for us, and we have some dinosaur on mammal violence here. At 1526, a gray heron catches a small mammal. Uh-oh. Let's have a look. Oh, this is lovely. Another beautiful pastoral video from Cacklin's Wharf from the Netherlands. I'll give you a link, everybody, if you want to watch this. Start to finish. This would be an excellent thing to put on the background. And yeah. A big old mammal there. Gray heron? What are you hunting there, heron? Whoa!
Headshot.
Holy cow! Did you see that? Some mouse or vole or somebody just got wrecked by that heron. Yowza. Yeah. That is a substantial mammal for this heron to be eaten. Looks like maybe a gopher. That's a guess. I don't know for sure. Look at that. And being spirited away to be eaten in solitude. These really are generalist predators. I think herons don't get enough credit for being, they'll kind of eat whatever they can catch. You know, ray-finned fishes, lobe-finned fishes, amphibians, reptiles, mammals. You know, shoot, if they were 15 feet tall, they'd be eating us, probably. Herons are so cool. We got some ducks here. Very nice, Cackledorf. Thank you for posting. I would stay and watch this the whole time, but I gotta cruise through these. Good stuff. And Alexander Morrison says the largest predatory birds that use their skull for predation, as far as I'm concerned. I think shoebills might be bigger. They're certainly heavier, I think, than herons. But yeah. Marabou storks, too. Holy moly. Those guys are... Yowza. Yeah. Anywho, let's continue. Lordy! We saw this bird together in person. A black oyster catcher in Monterey. Just hanging out down there on these pylons at low tide. Very cool. But yeah, black oyster catchers, very cool. This is lovely. I like this a lot. In fact, I might even swipe this from Lordy and post it to iNaturalist to because I don't know if I have a black oyster catcher yet. Yeah, long thin beak on these oyster catchers. They're very cool.
Along the rocky coast of the Pacific, you can find a bird that is weird yet intriguing and rare but conspicuous.
Huh.
I'm talking about the black oyster catcher.
Nice.
Spending a year on Vancouver Island, no other bird captured my curiosity quite like it. A species of shorebird that becomes stranger the longer you look at it.
They are weird and cool.
Never numerous, they are a fascinating species, worthy of study and admiration. So join me for a few minutes and
nice,
learn all about
cool.
the black oyster catcher.
I've never been to Vancouver, but I want to go.
There are 11 species
I do really
of
like
oyster
the Pacific
catcher
Northwest,
across the planet.
but I've not
All
spent
are
enough time
members
there
of the genus Hematopus. This means red foot, referring to the red legs of the Eurasian oyster catcher.
When
So that
aren't
makes
fossils
sense.
on your mind?
Oh, they're always on my mind, Princess PJs. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Black oyster catcher are found all along the Pacific coast, from the Aleutian Islands and Alaska in the north to Baja California in the south.
Nice.
However, they are not evenly distributed throughout this range. There are far more in the north, including about 65% living in Alaska.
Wow. Yeah, so they're not common in the San Francisco Bay Area, where I live, but I have seen them here. Especially like taking a boat out to the Farallon Islands. I've seen them actually right down here. Like along the shore of the Marin Peninsula there. But yeah, there's only ever like 1 or 2 or 3 together. Never very many. But really cool birds, and really glad I got to see one with Lordy over the weekend. There's a link to that video about black oyster catchers. Who are they related to again? Let's see. Black oyster catcher. I want to say they're close to sandpipers? That can't be right. Who are they related to? Yeah, that's my guess, Smurf Purple, but I'm not sure. And CRC account says do an episode on the 12-foot tall moa. Maybe one of these days. I don't know enough about moa to like hang a whole episode about that. Hang a whole episode on that subject. But one of these days we might do a special on flightless birds. I think that would be cool. Look at moas. Look at forest rakids, terror birds. Look at Gastornis, Diatryma, penguins, Hesperornithid birds. That would be cool. All right, so look at the oyster catchers here. And they are related to... That's right. We looked this up last week. The stilts and avocets are their closest living relatives. Interesting. Yeah. And we do have a stream tomorrow, Wolvulus. A special kind of makeup stream. Makeup we're making up for our missed stream on Monday. I'm not putting makeup on. But we'll be talking about that crazy new paper about a purported giant Cretaceous octopus. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. And doing other paleo Q&A and stuff like that too. So I'm excited about that. It'll be fun. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. The stilts and avocets. Sister group to the oyster catchers. Although, holy cow, they split quite a while ago. 29 million years ago, give or take. So they've been evolving in their separate directions for a good while. Huh. Anyway, very cool, Lordy. Thank you for posting. Alexander Morrison has got a great blue heron feasting on a catfish and a mothered mottled duck with 5 ducklings close behind. Music by Brian Eng. Let's have a look. Oh boy. It's funny, I got a notification about this the other day. Alexander Morrison posted a new video. Look at that crazy neck, too. Herons are so weird and cool with their cervical vertebrae. Their necks are incredibly flexible. And it's just bonkers what they can do with those. And there we go. There's a mother dinosaur with her young there. Very cool. Thank you once again for posting. This is excellent. Yeah. Nice. Here's a link if anybody wants to take a look. Give that a thumbs up. I'm sure Alexander would appreciate that. Yeah, she's been good with them. Yeah, she's got quite a few of them there. She's taking good care of them. She's got that many. Good stuff. Let's continue. Turdus merula, the Eurasian blackbird. That's the same genus as the American robin. Huh. Turdus migratorius is the American robin. Eurasian blackbird. Yeah, because that's a kind of thrush, right? And the American robin is a kind of thrush. Eurasian blackbird. It looks very robin-like. Looks just like an American robin. It looks like a melanistic American robin, really. Which might be kind of what it is. Next to these thrushes. American robin is here. Yeah, right there. Cool, Marika. That's awesome. Very cool. It looks very thrush. I mean, fair. Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Neat. And there you go, double nickel. Yeah. Well, trumpeter swans and geese are not super distant from each other. They're both part of the Galloanserae. In fact, I think they might be part of Anseridae, the duck family, duck-goose family, right? Anseridae, or Anserae. Yeah, they're not passerine birds, they're more basal. So they're kind of near the base of the bird tree. Gray geese. So okay, let's look up trumpeter swan. And then yeah, so not far from the geese. Yeah, swans I guess are just outside of the true geese. Nice. And Sereni, that's what they're called. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Anyway, thank you. Very good for posting. Good stuff. And Murph Burful says, what are European starlings' closest actual American relative? Well, here. I'll show you. I actually did a t-shirt design about this. I gotta open up Photoshop to show you. I need to like make a finished PNG that I can just show off instead of opening up the PSD file. There we go. Yeah. The North American starling. We have so many millions of them here in North America now, we might as well just... Yeah. I don't know. They are highly invasive. I don't know what the closest North American relative of the European starling is. But yeah. They're ours now. This is more purple, yeah. This is also like my North Dakota design that I did. I really need to get these printed before the summer. There we go. Yeah. And Orion's Enigma, is that true? I'm not sure about that. I mean, how would they fly fast enough? How can they build up the velocity? I'm not convinced. And Quick Account says, will pelicans eat anything? I mean, yeah, I've seen a pelican eat a giraffe before. I think we talked about this last week. A video of this? Pelican eating giraffe? Here's a pelican eating a capybara. Gets pretty graphic.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never.
Let's continue with our birds. Oh, wait, here, but here, pelican eating giraffe. Yeah, they try, you know? Here's one eating a child. Why didn't this pop up when I searched it on?
This greedy bird tries to eat anything it sees immediately. For example, right now it has caught a duckling in its beak. Actually, this is a pelican. Normally, it mainly eats fish, but when it gets very hungry, it doesn't care what is in front of it and tries to eat almost anything it shouldn't. It can go to such extremes while eating that once, a pelican was even seen trying to eat a giraffe.
It took forever for the pelican to eat the whole thing. No, I think that is just kind of one of the ways that they explore the world around them and take in information. Is like, let me put my mouth around that, kind of feel it, you know? I don't know if they're actually trying to eat those other things. They're just like, this is how I feel my surroundings. You know? Yeah. Kind of like a toddler on board. Yeah, sort of. Yeah. And yeah, Cricket Count says, I wonder if he's really trying to eat or that's just how they touch or investigate things. I think it's probably the latter. Yeah. So they don't carry fish like in Nemo? Well, I mean, they do certainly swallow fish. But the way that they hunt is... Here, pull up a video. They'll dive after their prey, and they'll just scoop up like a big mass of water as they're doing that. Here, check this out. How crazy is that? Let's see that again. It's like a baleen whale. It's like a blue whale or a humpback whale or one of these other rorqual whale or mysticete whales. You know, the jaws expand like that. So they've got to have like really flexible like diaphysis between the lower jaws. Princess PJ says, do whales smell or taste their food? It depends what kind of whale you're talking about. I don't quite know how, say, like a blue whale locates their food, whether it's visual or in terms of smell or what. But other kinds of whales, the odontocete whales, the toothed whales, your dolphins and sperm whales, and the ones who echolocate, I know it's been speculated that they might be able to, like, not just locate their prey via echolocation, but they get so much information by doing that that, like, it's been speculated that maybe, like, they can taste their prey at a distance using sound, you know? It's an intriguing thought, but these are such finely tuned sensory abilities that they have that, like, maybe they can see in color by interpreting those sound waves coming back. Maybe different objects are different colors in their brain based on the acoustic signatures, and maybe that even kind of seeps into, like, taste, you know? It's wild to think about, but that could be the case. You know, almost like synesthesia, if you're familiar with that phenomena in people, where, like, different sounds or letters or numbers, like, come out as different colors in their brains. I've got this very mildly, where, like, different letters and numbers I associate with different colors. Maybe they have something similar going on with the way that they sense the world through sound. I don't know. Yeah.
His pouch gapes, sucking in 10 litres of water as its upper bill closes the trap.
Jeez. Pretty impressive. $10 liters? Yeah, Murph Burful. Nuts. So this is what they evolved to do. Is just pull in a bunch of seawater and then kind of spit out the water and keep whatever's left. So it would make sense if they just kind of like, hey, what's that thing? Let me just put my beak around it. Yeah, very cool. Here's a link to that video there. Yeah. And Grizzly Cat Meow says, did you watch the dinosaur series on Netflix? I did. We did a series of streams about that after it came out. I can give you those VODs if, give you a link if you want to see. But my main takeaway from that was I mostly liked the Netflix series. I know a lot of other paleontologists weren't thrilled with it, but yeah, here we go. My main takeaway was, I'm glad it exists. It was the #1 thing on Netflix when it came out, at least here in the States. Millions of people were watching it. Sure, it's not perfect. I would have changed a lot of things about it, but compared to what else you see on Netflix, all kinds of, like, ancient aliens nonsense and, you know, pseudoscience Bigfoot hunters and, you know, ancient apocalypse Atlantis mermaids and garbage like that. Like, there's so much just pitiable nonsense on Netflix that to have this, which for the most part had pretty decent depictions of the age of dinosaurs, it's a good thing, you know? So that's my main takeaway. And if you'd like a nice introduction to, well, the story of the age of dinosaurs, it's a good place to start. So I'd recommend it, you know? It's not the best, but it's pretty good. So yeah. I can go back and watch. I loved it. I'm glad you liked it. Grizzly Cat Meow. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like in many ways, like, we as dinosaur researchers are a little spoiled. Like, there's so many different pop culture depictions of dinosaurs. They're in so many different movies and documentaries and stuff. Like, we're very lucky as dinosaur researchers. People love dinosaurs and they want to put them on TV and movies, video games and stuff like that. Like, when's the last time you were watching a documentary and they're talking about graptolites? You know? It's another important group of fossil animals. But you never see these animals depicted in documentaries. Dinosaurs are kind of overrepresented. I'm not complaining about that. I think it's great. I love dinosaurs. I work on dinosaurs. But where's the love for the graptolites? Or the brachiopods? You know? Or the bryozoans. I just watched an excellent talk about fossil bryozoans on Tuesday in Berkeley. Really important critters. They get no attention. So yeah. And Mark Melvin also makes a really good point. Yeah, Netflix is The Dinosaurs coming after Prehistoric Planet. Yeah. Prehistoric Planet is pretty top-notch in terms of its portrayal of dinosaurs and other critters. And Ice Age mammals in the last one. A few dinosaurs here and there, like the terror birds. But, and there's some things I would change about it, certainly, but it's pretty exquisite, you know? It is a superior product to Netflix's The Dinosaurs. But here's the thing. I think Netflix's The Dinosaurs will have a much broader and arguably more positive impact on the world, because so many more people are going to watch that, because so many more people have Netflix than have Apple Plus TV or whatever it's called, you know? In terms of improving people's understanding in the general public about the history of life on Earth, Netflix's The Dinosaurs it's going to have a much wider impact. So yeah. But yeah. And wait, what were graptolites? Neverwinter? No, I was showing graptolites there. That was the point. Yeah. I don't think they had graptolites in Netflix's The Dinosaurs. Yeah. But if you haven't seen Prehistoric Planet, holy cow, Grizzly Cat Meow, you're missing out. Holy moly, if you like Netflix's The Dinosaurs, you'll love this.
This is Prehistoric Planet.
I show clips from this on the regular.
To describe life on this planet. Some creatures could be called magnificent. Or monstrous.
Feathered velociraptor there. Nice.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
Aiden, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
But only a few creatures who roam this earth could be called all three.
So this is season 1 of Prehistoric Planet. Set at the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs.
Where giants roam.
Season 2 is also set at the end of the Age of Dinosaurs. Season 3 is the Ice Age. Long, long after the dinosaurs.
An ice world where survival is everything. Join us for a story you've never heard, on a scale you've never witnessed.
Anyway, you get the idea. Just exquisite. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, back to our birds here. Oh boy, we gotta keep going. Ms. Art Rules says, I think this is a golden eagle I saw coming up the mountain as I was going to Big Bear. Ooh, might be, that looks to me like a red-tailed hawk. Buteo jamaicensis. It doesn't say golden eagle to me, but I could be wrong. We'll see what other folks say here, but very cool. Let's look them up real quickly. This genus over here, Buteo.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Dasher Fernando, thank you for gifting Grizzly Cat Meow. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Alright, genus Buteo.
_Fernando gifted a tier 1 sub to Grizzly Cat Me OW. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Red-tailed hawk, Buteo jamaicensis. That might be what this critter is, but I'm not sure. Anyway, very cool, Mazar Rules. Good shot. Mayor Space has got a silver pheasant at the Toledo Zoo Pheasantry. Let's look up silver pheasant here, then we'll watch the video. Lophura nixmera. Huh. These ones are pretty young right here. I think the one that Mayor Space took video of here is a little bit older. Same color, though. But which came first? Well, absolutely the egg, Nazoon. That's how these things work. I've never understood why people are so confused about that. You know, animals have been laying eggs for hundreds of millions of years before the first chicken evolved. Of course eggs are older than chickens. What are we talking about? Anyway, nice, Mayor Space. Thanks for posting. Trek Nerd has got a white crowned sparrow. Look at that photo there. Look at the level of detail. How close did you get to this sparrow? Wow.
Wow.
White crowned sparrow. This is going to be part of Passeridae, right? About 3 feet with a zoom lens. Nice, Director. Well done. There we are. White crowned sparrow. Zonotrichia is the genus. Microphrys. We have these where I live too, white crowned sparrows. And it's related to the juncos. Nice. Yeah. Dark-eyed junco is the species we have commonly around here where I live. Very nice, Trek Nerd. Thanks for posting. And Nell says, did you know pigeons can loaf? Yes, I have seen this many times, actually. This is Columba livia, the feral rock dove. Very nice. One of these birds that do not get nearly the adoration and love that they deserve. Reviled by many people. Oh, those are rats with wings. I'm sorry, what? Doesn't look anything like a rat. What do you... Have you ever seen a rat? What are you talking about? This is a bird. Rats are mammals. What are you saying? Anyway. And pigeons can be just beautiful, sweet birds. Yeah. Oh.
This boy is just being so relaxed and so cute. Like, he's been like this on me for like 15 minutes, and then he was on their chest for like an hour. And he can get anytime he wants to. He can just get up, but he's just laying here. We picked him up and transferred. Not a single complaint, just a small cuddle.
Oh.
He never was like this. I'm so proud of my boy. He's just comfy for you, sir. He was purring for a while, and now he's just being all cuddly and is all squinty and keeps going to sleep and taking a nap. It's a sleepy potato. Look at this little potato bird. So adorable. But yeah, like, if no one's holding him down, he can just roll over.
They're such sweet little birds. I mean, if anybody ever tells me that they like, oh, I hate pigeons, it's like, what? What's wrong with you? You know? Dasher Fernando says, okay, I want a pet pigeon now. I mean, that's how we got pigeons in the first place. These birds were domesticated, habituated to humans, and the feral pigeons that we have around today, I think, are in large part descendants of those original domestic pigeons. People have bred pigeons with all kinds of wildly different phenotypes like this, reflecting different genotypes. In the same way that we've got lots and lots of different breeds of dogs and cats, we have wildly different pigeons, bred for all kinds of different appearances. These are all the same species. Columba livia. It's just wild, you know? This is not common nowadays, but it used to be. Like, this was the thing to do. Like, this was, a lot of places, like the #1 hobby. The thing that people would get most excited about was pigeons. Breeding them to have these crazy different morphologies and, I'm sure, different personalities and stuff. It's almost kind of a shame that few people do this anymore. But anyway, pigeons who escaped, spread out across different continents. Now they live today in the world's cities, and they're comfortable around us. they were specially bred to be cool around people, and now they want to hang out around people, and people hate them. It's really a sad story when you think about it. Yeah. I think the mourning dove is the only wild pigeon we have currently extant in my area. Interesting, Gerbo Potato. I think where I live, we get mourning doves and like ringneck doves or something. But yeah, and then feral pigeons. Yeah. And Dasher says, those that are in the city, where do they have their nests? All over the place. Yeah. Under bridges and along ledges on buildings and stuff like that. It's kind of a testament to how good they are at raising their young so furtively that, like, most people, even people who, like, live their entire lives in a city, they may have never seen a pigeon nest or pigeon eggs or pigeon babies. It's kind of astonishing. They're just really good at hiding. Here, let's take a look at this. And yeah, they did evolve to live in like cliffside habitats. They're called rock doves because they love cliff faces and stuff. And so our cities are kind of, in many ways, kind of the perfect habitat for them.
Pigeons. Some people love them.
Everybody thinks that they're dirty and nasty, but they're actually not. They're a dove.
They are doves.
Doves. Huh.
Yep.
They're dove.
Other people, not so much.
I hate them. They get way too close. I don't let people into the personal space that pigeons get in.
Get over yourself, dude. I'm uncomfortable around other living things, and I hate everyone and everything.
They're just aggressive.
But whatever your stance may be, if you live in a city, you have to deal with them. While pigeons are clearly at home in American cities like New York, they're actually native to seaside cliffs halfway around the world, in North Africa, the Middle East, and Europe, where we domesticated them 5,000 years ago.
And Charlie's Dragon says, we don't differentiate between pigeons and doves in Norwegian. We just call them all doves. I love that because they are doves. Here. Rock pigeon, aka feral pigeon, aka rock dove. Columba livia is the feral pigeon. Right here, aka rock pigeon. Out of all the hundreds of millions of these in the world, you'd think they could have found a better picture for Wikipedia, but that's the one we got. It. Well, okay, this one is better. That's funny. Although this one was sponsored by Blake Hodgetts for Pigeons Everywhere. That's beautiful. Maybe that's why they have this picture. Maybe this was a particularly revered pigeon honored here. But yeah, related to the hill pigeon, paleback pigeon, affet pigeon, stock dove. But yeah, doves and pigeons, you'll see some of them are called pigeons, some of them are called doves. The terms are largely interchangeable as I understand it. Pigeon, 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 pigeons, genus Columba are the pigeons, but some of them are also called doves. Yeah. And then you have your turtle doves, colored doves, and more.
I like turtles.
These are not actually related to turtles, at least not more closely than any other bird is. So yeah.
At first, we farmed them for a source
nice
of protein,
yeah.
like chicken. Then, we bred them as messengers.
So it is thought that pigeons were domesticated, it was like several thousand years ago. I think they're one of the first animals to be domesticated. But, yeah, they originally, I think, bred for food.
In the 8th century BC, for example, the Greeks used pigeons to send results from the Olympic Games to nearby towns. And by the 16th century, pigeons had reached the ultimate peak. Hobbyists began breeding the birds for show. Akbar the Great, for example, reportedly had 10,000 show pigeons in his personal collection.
Jeez.
Suffice it to say, humans and pigeons were inextricably linked. And that's why Europeans who migrated to North America in the 1600s brought some of these birds with them. And surprise, surprise,
they escaped, and that's kind of what formed these feral populations in cities around the world.
that's biologist Elizabeth Carlin, who studies pigeons at Fordham University. Once pigeons escaped, their population exploded, especially in cities. Because, as Carlin says, cities are essentially tailor-made for these birds.
Yep.
For one, pigeons can thrive on human food, unlike, say, robins or cardinals.
What we have here is pigeons eating, it looks like, rice and bagels.
Because they can do something that most other birds can't. Other birds have to feed their babies high-protein foods, insects, spiders, maybe small, tiny vertebrate animals, stuff like that. Pigeons feed their young with milk. Not milk from mammary glands, but crop milk. So they can actually take what they've eaten, kind of condense it down into a nutrient-rich slurry, and then regurgitate it to their young. It's called crop milk.
And probably donuts in there as well. And that ability to consume all this food waste has really made them very successful in cities.
But it's not just our leftovers they're noshing on. We also feed them.
Spike. That's Spike.
As a result, pigeons spend a lot less time searching for food and a lot more time breeding, which they can actually do without trees. In their native range, pigeons nest on rocky seaside cliffs.
And cities often mimic that by having tall buildings and by having places for pigeons to nest within that, such as fire escapes or AC units or even just ledges that are built in decoratively on the building, all mimic those cliffs.
But there's another...
crop milk is what it's called. CRC accounts here. The secretion from the lining of the crop that parent birds in some species regurgitate to young birds. So here's a feral pigeon feeding some babies.
Another reason why pigeons are so successful in cities. They're incredible navigators.
Yeah.
Some of these birds can find their way home from nearly 1,000 kilometers away. And those navigation skills serve them well in a complex cityscape.
That is likely linked to their ability to find food within the city and know where food sources previously were and go and check in those food sources.
So how many pigeons live in cities anyway? In New York, there's an adage, 1 pigeon for every person. That would be more than 8 million birds. And whether or not that's true, urbanites have decided on one thing. The city isn't large enough for the both of them.
And that's so unfortunate, I feel, you know?
I got nothing for them. I don't got food. I don't got money. I got nothing.
Yeah, I have nothing to offer anybody. I'm a waste of space. I hate everyone and everything. Go away. Get this camera out of my face.
Leave me alone.
In 2003, for example, things got so bad in New York's Bryant Park that a professional falconer was hired to scare them away. And it's not just American cities.
And Tommy Plotticus.
Utah raptor is the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Yep, except for Tommy Plotticus. Thank you for the 33 months. Tommy, really appreciate that. Thank you for the prime. Good stuff.
Bangkok, for example, officials have considered imposing jail time for people who feed the birds. But here's the thing. As long as we have thriving cities, pigeons will live in them.
Yep.
In fact, the only thing that might control their populations, aside from cleaning up, is natural predators.
Yeah, like peregrines. Holy cow, it is so cool to see a peregrine falcon in a city, especially, like, I've seen one hunting once. I don't know if it was hunting, but it was like chasing a pigeon in level flight. It was a young peregrine who I think wasn't quite experienced enough to really know what's what yet. But, like, instead of diving, it's just, like, chasing, like, horizontally. But it was one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
For a long time, pigeons didn't have natural predators within cities.
That's thanks in part to the insecticide DDT, which Americans started using in the 1940s.
The use of DDT made eggshells very thin and decreased the population of raptors such as peregrine falcons and Cooper's hawks and red-tailed hawks.
But in 1972, the Environmental Protection Agency banned DDT.
We were kind of talking about that yesterday, weren't we? For Earth Day.
And as a result,
those predators are now moving back into the city.
And with so much to eat, they probably won't be leaving anytime soon.
Yep. Anyway, pigeons. Super cool. They don't get nearly enough love, in my viewpoint. Thank you for giving us an excuse to talk about them now. Good stuff. And yeah, Neverwinter says it looks like a red-tailed hawk for the that raptor earlier. Yeah. Thank you, Neverwinter. Dr. Tara's got a cardinal, a woodpecker, a cardinal and a woodpecker on the same tree. Nice. Bright red cardinal. A male northern cardinal. Where's the woodpecker? Is the one calling? Anyway, very cool. Thank you, Dr. Tara, for posting. We don't have cardinals where I live, so every time I'm on the East Coast or anywhere near there, Midwest too, and I see one, I'm like, oh, cardinal. That's an exotic bird to me. Oh, and is this the woodpecker? Nice, yeah. Very nice. Good stuff. Thanks for posting, Dr. Tara. Excellent. One tree, many birds. One tree, many birds. Thanks for posting. Fake has got the Netherlands ringnecks doing what they do. These are beautiful photos. Holy cow. Really, really nice here. Like illuminated night. This feels like professional photography. That's exquisite. Well done. Very nice. Ring-necked parrots? Ring-necked parakeets? Nice. That's awesome. Very cool. Yeah. Chaotic Kitten went to the aquarium in Dingle, Ireland. Saw 2 different kinds of penguins. Certainly not native to Ireland, but very cool. Yeah, nice. Gotta love penguins. One of the few modern flightless dinosaurs. Most of the other dinosaurs nowadays can fly. All of these ones still kind of fly, just underwater. Nice. Very cool. Kazashi says, I might not make it in today. Instead, I present my family of Australian magpies, who are related to butcher birds, not related to our Laurasian magpies, North America or Europe or Asia. Very nice. Just hanging out there on the balcony. There's a dad, a mom, 2 kids who regularly show up. The kids are a new addition from last year, and they still have the gray tinged coloring. Nice. It's always cool being able to, like, if you really pay attention to the birds in your neighborhood, you get to know them as individuals after a while. Like, oh, I know you. There's a male and a female. They had some babies this year, and then you watch them grow up. It's just so cool, you know? Get to know your neighbors, Chad. It's worth it. Red-bellied woodpecker, nice. Photos from the April 6th walk from Cacklin's Wharf. Who are these? Lower left bird is a common redshank, not one I see every day, but I have been familiar with them for 2 years. Nice. The wading bird is a little further back, a female rough rough Calidris pugnax. What a cool species name, pugnax. Like pugnacious. Bird used to be very common in the Netherlands, but nowadays usually just passing through, not nesting anymore, and is considered threatened. Mainly thanks to modern cattle farms, if I'm getting this right. Oh boy, yeah. So, a rough Calidris pugnax. Oh, different genus name according to 1-2. Yeah. Totally Tubular Tima says, I love my backyard bird neighbors. Me too. Rough. Very cool. Be a good Scrabble word. I don't know if it's in the Scrabble dictionary. Somebody want to look it up? If you're currently holding a Scrabble dictionary. Is this word in it? 2 Fs. That might be a decent number of points. I don't know. That's right there. Nice. Got those duckos. Yeah. Common redshank is oh, the lower left bird is a common redshank. The waiting bird a little further back is the ruff. So rough and redshank. Rough and redshank, I believe. Nice. Yeah, very cool. Thank you, Captain Verve. Good stuff as always. Rough, very sure. Oh, and is rough the singular and the plural? Rough very rarely show up in North America, says Neverwinter. I just missed seeing one in Ohio last year. Oh, wow. Male's breeding plumage is really spectacular. Whoa, what? That's bonkers. What? What? Wow. Wild. I was not expecting this. Bonkers. Very cool. Thank you for your input there, which are always helpful. Fluffy Deinonychus has got a goose couple set up their nest in the parking lot for the local grocery. Some good Samaritan keeps putting out water, greens, and berries for them. That's lovely. Salute to the Canada geese. Our neighbors to the north. Yeah, good stuff.
Bird.
Thank you, Fluffy Deinonychus. And Neverwinter says, again, apologies for the poor photo quality. This has got to be a special bird if it's blurry. I'm excited. This is a distant, heavily cropped photo of a razorbill. I should have a sound effect that goes shing, but I don't, so we'll use this instead. A razorbill, Alca torta, taken at Barnegat Lighthouse State Park in New Jersey. Razorbills are alcids related to auks. It looks kind of awky, doesn't it? Can be seen in open water and rarely near the shore on the northern coast of North America, Greenland, Iceland, and Europe. Razorbills are really neat. Like, this is a cool bird. Yeah, look at you. That is such a cool photo. Holy moly, can we embiggen that? Yeah. How cool looking is that bird? So cool. Yeah. Just awesome. Look at that. I don't know if I've ever seen one of these in the wild. I know I've seen them in taxidermy museum displays. What's their range like? Where do they live? Yeah, I wouldn't have seen them. They don't have them in the Pacific. There we go. If you live in this part of the world, I guess going up into Maine, Massachusetts, this area, Newfoundland, and then Europe in Greenland. Nice. Very, very cool. That is a special bird there, Neverwinter. Thank you again for posting. Excellent. Spectacularaptor has got a least bittern. I don't know, looks pretty bitterny to me. North America's smallest heron. On the move in South Florida. Nice, that's an action shot there. It's like... This is such a funny picture, I love this. The least bittern. Very cool, Spectacularaptor, very cool. What a great photo. This makes me smile. They're very cool, Neverwinter. Holy cow. Oh, and... Well, it seems that is our last bird. Good stuff. And with that, Thursday Birdsday concludes. This is a lot of fun. And I only went 40 minutes late with this. Shoot. It's time to wrap this up. We've got a special stream tomorrow that I hope you'll tune in for. We're going to be talking about this crazy new paper on a special bonus Friday stream. We don't normally stream Fridays, but we missed Monday this week, so we're streaming Friday. I'm also hoping maybe we can get a little closer to our sub goal. I've got bills to pay. But there's a giant, weird Cretaceous octopus. It's just... What? I don't quite know what to make of this. But, yeah. Kraken fossil shows enormous, intelligent octopuses were top predators in Cretaceous seas. What? It's in the journal Science. At first, I thought this was a practical joke. I'm like, is it April Fool's Day? Nope. We'll be talking about this tomorrow. Weird. So I hope you'll tune in then. But for now, we're going to wrap things up. And we're going to see if we can go right into somebody else doing some science right now. Here's an Archaeopteryx to run our credits over. Thank you to everybody who's about to be named in our credits. Let's see who else is live right now. Who have we got? It looks as though Nerduino is on right now. Friend of the channel, all-around good guy, former NASA scientist, current astronomer. His stream title is Disappearing Scientists? ? Let's see what that's about. Thank you to everybody in our credits. New followers and raiders, thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it. I hope you come back. The subscribers and the gifters and the cheers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial support. Make these streams possible through your financial support. Couldn't do this without you. And I'm tremendously grateful. Thanks for keeping science outreach alive on Twitch. Thanks for paying the bills. This is my full-time job. It's because of you. Your generous support. I appreciate it tremendously. Likewise to the moderators who come in here day after day, keep an eye on the chat, and keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Our mission of science outreach and education would not be possible without the hard work of the moderators, and I'm so grateful, Mons. Thank you, thanks. any of you can't be here tomorrow, don't worry about it. I know it's outside of our normal schedule, but I appreciate you lots. Anyway, let's go see what Nerduino is up to, everybody. I'll see you there, and I'll